we're already heading towards Christmas. It's the Burr months in the Philippines. So now we can already hear Christmas carols in all of the stores.
Yeah, the Christmas decorations are already up here in Metro Manila.
Yeah, and the weather is beginning to get a little bit cooler, which is rather nice.
Yeah, yeah. Although it's been raining on and off, no? It's been raining and then suddenly it's hot again.
Yes, correct. It's been hot and humid. So we've kind of had a long rainy season this year, which is good for water supply and everything. So here we have Eva saying good evening. We have Maria Teresa Relano Roni. She's saying magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat with my very Australian accent. My Tagalog is very poor. Please forgive me.
So, hi Eileen Ang. Good evening din sa iyo. Good evening din kay Eve Casey, watching from QC. There's also Queen N and I've Joy probably. And Nilski Jimea. Yung mga avatars ng mga tao. So, wherever you are in the Philippines or in the world, magandang gabi sa inyo or magandang hapon or magandang umaga. Okay, and welcome to another live cast of Lunas Pilipinas. Nandito po kami ni Super Sally at si VA Francis na makasama kayo ngayong gabi. So, hi VA Francis, baka you'd also like to greet our listeners.
As usual po, magandang gabi po ulit sa ating mga manonood and I hope na mag-enjoy po kayo sa ating show ngayong gabi. Salamat po.
Oo, thank you as always VA Francis, no? And so Super Sally and I have a special show for you tonight. Super Sally, would you like to tell them what's in store?
Okay, so tonight, Children's Health Defense has released a new, because it's a video, it's the Vax 3 movie, and it's talking about their experiences in the US with their Vax Pass. So after we finish our discussions tonight, we're going to go on and show this movie for anybody who wants to continue after we finish our discussions.
All right. And this is a very important movie, no? Because as we all know, magsisimula ang Bakuna Eskwela on October 7. And so for the past 2 Saturdays, we've been talking about how to prepare for this, no? And well, feeling namin ni Super Sally, a lot has been said. If you're watching this show, most probably you already know about the concerns in relation to any forced vaccination or coercive vaccination that's undertaken by the government. And so tonight's show is really basically to empower you to take action. And so part of that empowerment is giving you more information by way of streaming this film that was launched by Children's Health Defense. No? So together with the rest of the world, we are in solidarity in fighting for the rights of people to not be forced to be, to receive medical interventions without their informed consent.
And we very much want everybody to reach their full potential for their health. And that means that every single person needs to make personal choices for what they do and don't want to receive.
Yes, indeed. And especially the kids. I mean, the kids have their whole lives ahead of them, diba?
Yeah, so there's always a risk-benefit analysis in any medical intervention, and this is also important with vaccines. There's no such thing as a medical one-size-fits-all. So, parents need to do their research. Adults, we are also offered various medical interventions. We should do our own research and decide what's right for us.
That's right. And we just want to say a big thank you to Super Sally and to our doctors like Doc Marvic, Doc Romy, Doc Alan, Doc Jade, Doc Cynthia, the CDCPH core group, Juan Daquila, who's been empowering us on our legal rights, and everyone else who's part of the Lunas Pilipinas community and the freedom fighting community in general, no? Marami po tayong mga fellow freedom fighters na might not identify with Lunas Pilipinas or the other organizations like CDCPH or Juan Daquila, but for as long as they're fighting for medical freedom, for as long as they're fighting for our human rights, our right to bodily autonomy, and our right to not be forced into medical interventions without informed consent, kasama po natin sila sa laban na ito.
Yeah, and another very important thing is that we need to have robust dialogue. We need to be able to look at and discuss all aspects of any single topic, because how can we understand what's right and what's wrong if we're not allowed to speak about it? So, freedom of speech is one of the very key issues in any democracy. And it's also absolutely critical for the advancement of our civilization. Because how can you advance if you don't listen to people who are coming up with new ideas? So it's very important that we question everything, we debate everything before we make decisions.
Yes, and always we're trying to promote yung tinatawag na civilized discourse. Yung nakakalungkot sa Pilipinas at sa mundo no is parang ang hirap makipag-usap, 'di ba? Yung parang kung hindi kayo magkapartido or kung hindi kayo pareho ng paniniwala o pareho ng relihiyon, people think that you're automatically enemies, no? But we'd like to promote the kind of discourse here on Lunas Pilipinas where we can agree to disagree, where we can express our opinions without being canceled or without being vilified, no, without being called out for fake news supposedly. And that's why we encourage everyone to do your own research. Don't take our word for it. Have your own opinions, do your own research and reading and analysis, and mag-usap po tayo.
And, to be honest, if you only take your information from mainstream media, you're only going to see one side of an issue. So it becomes very important to look at various sources of information.
Yes. And so what we try to do, and most especially Super Sally through her podcasts and her research, trying to bring together the information and trying to compile it and summarize it for the benefit of our viewers who don't have the time or who don't quite know where to go, no? And Super Sally, thank you for being so super.
Thank you. Well, I think I'm only doing this because I was called to do this. We were in the depths of lockdown in 2021, and I literally sat down and asked God, let me do something that can make a difference. And after that, my Substack took off, and I've kept researching. So I'm just trying to share what I've learned. I do have a science background. I do have a medical background. So I hope to try and provide a balanced perspective. There's always multiple sides to any issue, and we need to see all sides, not just one side.
Yes, indeed. And also, like Super Sally is trained in the sciences, but that doesn't mean that we cannot learn for ourselves, no. I'm a lawyer by training, but I've also had to do my own research. I've also had to learn some basics of health from in my own journey to heal myself, no. And so for all of us, part of the being in the freedom fighting movement is basically staying strong and staying healthy. And so, if not for anything else, how are we going to continue to fight for freedom if we don't take care of our health? And so we have to do our own research. We have to be our own healers and doctors sometimes, no?
There is no monopoly on healthcare. Just because you're a doctor doesn't mean you're the only person. Remember, we have common sense, and we also have community and communal knowledge about how things should be done and about natural therapies and healing. And it's true, there has been in the past some things that, imagine doctors never used to wash their hands.
Oh,
And many people got sick. It's the truth.
Yeah,
Doctors didn't
that's true.
understand the importance of washing hands between patients, and many patients would get infected from one patient to the next.
Yeah, and
And then,
you're operating pa nga, di ba?
correct, and or even the obstetricians who were
Yeah.
delivering babies, and there was a very severe infection that would get transmitted from woman to woman because the doctor didn't wash their hands.
Yeah.
And the first doctor who said you should wash your hands, he was vilified.
Mm.
And this is an example of someone speaking out against the narrative. But in time, they realized that this doctor who spoke out was correct. And once doctors realized they had to wash their hands between patients and the importance of hygiene and sterility, a lot of people's lives were saved.
Yeah.
There used to be the practice of bleeding people. People would have bloodletting.
Bloodletting.
And there are a very few conditions, literally, which do need bloodletting for maintenance. There's a condition where people have too much iron in their blood. And for these people have too much iron in their blood, they need to donate blood every couple of months in order to stay healthy.
Yeah.
But other than these people, if you're sick and weak, you should not be losing blood. So that is a practice that has also gone out. So this is an example that some of the things that were believed to be true and mainstream, in time they have proven not to be.
Yeah, and that's why it's always important that we don't just accept things as they are. We continue to learn, to research, to discover, and to innovate, and to not just take people's word for it. No, in debate, there's what is called yung the fallacy, the logical fallacy of appealing to authority. Hindi nangangahulugan na dahil lang doktor yung tao, o dahil abogado, o dahil siya yung Supreme Court, o dahil siya yung gobyerno, laging tama siya. Let's make use of our common sense, because sometimes even the people in authority, even the experts, can make mistakes as well.
Yes, I think many of us have had experiences with that, particularly those of us in this movement. And that's why we learn to question. And when our life experiences had taught us not just to accept what we were told, and then we were questioning about what was happening. And that has actually stood many of us in good stead during the last few years. And we continue to question and challenge. And it doesn't mean that we can't be wrong. We can be wrong. But we also need to be humble enough, if we have accepted something that was wrong, to say, I was wrong, and I'm going to move forward, and I will take a different perspective, because now I have seen additional evidence.
That's right. And so, guys, don't take our word for it. Look at the evidence, look at the facts, do your own research, question, and let's discuss.
Yes, let's go.
All right. Okay. So as we're preparing the slides, just want to do a shout out to yung mga nagparamdam dito sa chat, no? So greetings to those from QC, Imus Cavite, Amlan, Negros Oriental, Cebu City, Baguio, the City of Pines, Taguig, Valenzuela, Lipa, Batangas, Bohol, Lingayen, and San Juan City. Okay, and please let us know where you're from. Please feel free to type out in the chat box and to engage with us as we go forward with our live cast tonight. At Super Sally, I don't know if you realize today pala is Teachers Day.
Yes, I just saw that comment, and I'd really like to have a call out to all of our teachers. I'm a mom, I have children, and I entrust my children to teachers. And I have to tell you, I have the greatest respect for teachers. I have been very, very fortunate to have the experience of teachers who have absolutely nurtured my children's minds as well as their knowledge. So I truly believe that teachers have the most important role to play in civilization, because they are the people who assist our children in becoming the best possible people they can. Attorney Tanya, you're also a teacher.
Yes.
Yes, you teach university. You teach university students. So, thank you to you as well. The people who challenge our children to learn. I mean, I, as a mother, only have certain experiences. And we say it takes a village to raise a child. Indeed. And in today's world, we don't have villages, but we do have teachers. So call out and thank you to all the teachers.
Yes, and we actually have teachers from all over the country who have organized themselves, the unvaccinated teachers. A special shout out to the teachers in Bohol. They call themselves the Concerned Unvaccinated Teachers and Employees of Bohol. So cute, Bohol. Special shout shout out sa inyo. At sa lahat ng mga cute na mga teachers worldwide and nationwide especially, Happy Teachers Day.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. You are our future.
Yes.
And you are the future of our children. So thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
O sige, let's start with our slides.
Absolutely. Let's go.
Okay, so we are live on 8 social media platforms, no? So thank you as always to Juan Daquila. We have been broadcasting on Juan Daquila for the longest time, no? In partnership with CDCPH. CDCPH and Juan Daquila are the pillars of what has become Lunas Pilipinas. We are also live on various Lunas Pilipinas channels, no? We are on YouTube, Rumble, and Facebook. And of course, a big shout out to Doc Marivic Villa. She's not able to join us today because, as we know, she's busy preparing for their wellness fair, which is happening next week, October 12. We're going to promote the event, no? She's making it available to us via live stream next week. Supportahan natin si Doc Vic. And for those who expressed concern about what's happened in Florida, we all know that a very, very strong hurricane hit Florida. Doc Marivic wants to tell all of us that they're safe. In that particular part of Florida, they're safe naman daw. And thank you daw for the concern. Sige, next slide. Okay. Sige, Super
Okay.
Sally, this is yours.
Yes, I'll start. We are a coalition and community of concerned Filipinos and friends of the Philippines who have united around the issue of medical and personal freedom.
Sige, next slide. Okay.
I'll start, shall I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We believe in a divine creator who created us in his image and likeness.
We believe in free will and human rights, freedom of choice, and informed consent.
We believe in personal and national sovereignty, self-sufficiency, and self-reliance.
We believe that the Philippines has an important role to play in the liberation and great awakening of humanity.
Absolutely. Our mission is to facilitate healing from the division and trauma caused by COVID-19 and to find solutions to the various challenges that we face as a nation.
And we believe that because we are all part of the problem, we are all part of the solution. Each one of us can make a difference.
Tayo ang lunas, may lunas Pilipinas.
All right. And we encourage everyone who's listening, please do join us. We encourage people to join as communities or as groups, no? So whether you are a family, whether you are a barkada, whether you are an organization or a group of friends, you're welcome to join us if you subscribe to the same things that we believe in. All right. Okay, sige.
Okay, so this is CDCPH, Post-Pandemic Med Health, Assistance for the Vaccine Injured. So this is one of the groups under the banner of CDCPH, and this is one of the groups that is also one of our members. And they're doing a lot of good work to help people who've had injuries or who are facing challenges related to the COVID vaccines. They have a very active Facebook page. You could reach out to them on Facebook.
So a related project of PPMH is this Pure Life, Magkaloob ng Pure Life. So basically, one way that you can be of assistance, no, and be of valuable help is by giving the gift of pure blood. So if you are vax-free, and we assume that you are because you're listening to this program, diba? If you are 18 to 60 years old, if you're not taking any maintenance medicines, and you are at least 50 kilos in weight, and have not had cancer, hepatitis, malaria, or HIV, you may be qualified to be a Pure Life blood donor. No? So please consider donating. The way it works is if you give your contact details, you will be entered into a database where you can be tapped if ever someone needs blood. So it's direct donation, no? kapag may nangangailangan, then the potential donors are contacted and then connected directly with the donee. Okay, so hindi dumadaan through an intermediary. It's not like you donate to a blood bank. It's really a direct donation, and you'll get to see and meet the people who will benefit from your blood donation, and hopefully you'll be able to keep them alive, no? So Super Sally, I think unvaccinated blood is going to be very precious in the years.
there's correct. There's increasing amounts of research raising concerns with the blood of vaccinated people, which contains spike proteins and other contaminants from the vaccines. So unvaccinated blood is even needed for vaccinated people, because if vaccinated people receive vaccinated blood, it can complicate their health conditions. So we do understand that in the future, people who have not been vaccinated, their blood may be more precious than gold.
Yeah.
So look after yourself so that you'll be in condition to donate blood. And if you are vaccinated, you've done what you've done. It's okay. You may also still contact this group in case you needed blood in the future.
Yes.
And hopefully not, but yeah. Okay, so this is World Council for Health Florida. This is why Dr. Marivic hasn't been with us for the last 2 weeks, because she has been organizing this detox and wellness fair. There is a ticket price of 300 pesos for Filipinos, which is about 50 times lower than the international price. She cannot offer this for free because a lot of people have already paid tickets. But I understand there might be an opportunity for a live cast at some point. But if you're able to support, please do. This is going to be an incredible event. I know Dr. Marivic was also trying to get Robert Kennedy Jr. On, either as a speaker or perhaps with a pre-recorded talk. And we are so proud of our Dr. Marivic.
Yeah.
She is our superhero Filipina. She is up there rubbing shoulders with all the leaders in this wellness movement.
Yes.
So yeah, let's support her and let's learn from her. We can all benefit from what she's sharing.
Yes, definitely. Sige, next slide. Ayan. Okay, so as we know, no, Doc Iggy Agbayani was one of the pillars of our movement. He was the first president of CDCPH, and he was very vocal. First, he was very vocal about the pandemic measures. No, he was questioning the need for lockdowns. He was questioning the need for very draconian measures during the pandemic. And then eventually, when the vaccine started to be rolled out, he started questioning also the safety and the efficacy of the vaccines. He was pushing for early treatment. He was pushing for prevention. And Doc Iggy's position was that no one had to die of COVID if people were treated correctly and early enough. And so Doc Iggy passed away a year ago today. Today is actually his death anniversary. And so let's say a special prayer for Doc Iggy and for his family who misses him very much, no? And we also miss Doc Iggy very much. We remember, diba, Super Sally, our interactions with Doc Iggy on the huddle, diba? He was such a force of nature, diba?
He was, and he was a personal friend. I had known Doc Iggy since well before COVID, because he was an orthopedic surgeon, and he was also quite active in the low carb and ketogenic movement. So he was advocating that. I had presented with him at low carb education seminars. So he would recommend that also for his patients. So he very much had a philosophy of wellness, and he had been active in that, ever since. So he lived by his principles, and unfortunately, he died also by his principles.
Yeah. The tragedy of that was like he was already looking forward to being released, and then he had a really massive heart attack.
Yeah, and he was in prison on the basis of a very old case that had been reactivated,
Yeah.
and it was suspected that that was politically motivated,
Mm.
because he had been speaking out about the measures in the Philippines during the COVID pandemic, and he probably, it was probably opportune for the people who wanted him silenced that they could reactivate this old case at that particular time.
Yes, that's true. That's really the tragedy of it, no. But we believe that God works in mysterious ways. We believe that you know perhaps he's in a better place, and maybe he's helping us from the other side. Who knows?
Yes, we very much believe that life doesn't end on this planet, and that people who pass do watch over us and do perhaps provide guidance to those of us who are still here and are able to listen.
Yeah. So let's all remember Doc Iggy today. Let's say a prayer for him, and that tomorrow is Sunday. Let's include him also in our mass intentions. Oh, and Super Sally, speaking of low carb day, um,
Yes.
did you know that tomorrow is National Low Carb Day 2024?
There is actually a seminar happening over the next few days,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't get to register for that
Mm,
because I've been too busy. But
yeah.
low carb is really one of my passions.
Mm-hmm.
It is a way of eating that is going back to more natural human patterns of eating,
Mm,
and one of these weeks I can actually do a presentation on that. So we talk about human appropriate diets, and human appropriate diets are diets that consist of unprocessed foods. Humans were originally hunters and gatherers, and hunters and gatherers, their main foods were meats, and they also had small amounts of plants and vegetables and nuts, depending on what they could find. But they certainly didn't have sugar in their diet.
mm,
So this movement towards low carb eating is really an approach that can have incredible impacts and benefits to health. So in the Philippines, many people have diabetes.
mm.
And if you have diabetes, one of the most important things you can possibly do is to cut sugar from your diet, which will make it more low carb. And when we cut sugar, we also have to reduce rice. And that's a challenge, right? Attorney Tanya, Filipinos eat rice 3 times a day.
Yes, we
This
do.
is what I'm always told, that it would be important to cut the amount of rice that you eat. Rice is not, although we love rice, and I like rice as much as the next person, it's not good for me because I'm diabetic. And when
Mm.
I eat rice, it has major impacts on my blood sugar. So, yes, low carb is very important. And this is relevant to the next slide.
Yes, let me just cut in briefly for the benefit of those who are interested. So, if you're in Metro Manila or you're near Manila, so National Low Carb Day 2024 is happening tomorrow, so Sunday, October 6 at Metro Tent Convention Center in Pasig. So, it is a 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. event. Punta kayo. And special shout out to Sinag. So Sinag was our acupuncturist who was at our wellness fair. She was the one who alerted me to this. And she's inviting everyone. No? If you're into low carb or you want to learn more about low carb and your schedule permits, do drop by Metro Tent tomorrow for the National Low Carb Day 2024. So, Super Sally, tell us about ampalaya and diabetes. Super Sally? Na-mute
Sorry,
si
I muted myself because the
Yeah.
dog was barking.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back
Thank
again.
you.
I didn't
Yeah.
want people to listen to the barking.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Philippines actually have researchers that have been looking into the benefit of ampalaya, and they have come up with a medication which is made from ampalaya, which they're saying has equivalent benefits to some of the existing pharmaceutical drugs. So we should be looking out for this medication to become available in the Philippines. So I would also still like to remind people that even if you take medication for diabetes, you still need to address your diet. And you could also eat ampalaya in its regular vegetable form. Okay, many ways of cooking ampalaya. It's a very, very healthy food. So let's look out for this. It's very good news that the Philippines is developing drugs. This is from the University of the Philippines researchers. So yeah, this is great news. I was very pleased to see this today.
Yeah. And ampalaya is something that people can easily plant in their own backyards, right?
Yeah, I've even grown ampalaya on my balcony. I live in a high-rise condominium, and the ampalaya grows fine.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's easy to grow. It's perfect for this climate, and it's a high nutrition food. So please, if you don't eat ampalaya, consider trying it tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think there's a way of cooking ampalaya so that it's not as bitter.
In Chinese medicine, it's necessary to have bitterness in some of your foods because Chinese medicine looks at you have sweet, you have sour, you have bitter, you have salty, and that all of the different tastes will give you different attributes that will be beneficial to your health. So the bitterness doesn't necessarily need to be hidden. So I like my ampalaya cooked with a little bit of ground meat and salt and onions. And then you add, when it's nearly cooked, you add fresh tomato chopped, and you just warm the tomato. And you can also cook it with egg. Very good. We eat ampalaya nearly every week in my house.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's a very good food.
Okay? Your kids are okay with it?
Yeah, but I had my mother visit, and I fed her ampalaya, and she would not eat it. So it's not everyone's taste.
Yeah.
I think we have a comment. I say ampalaya in Chinese medicine is cooling.
Cools the body, I guess.
Yeah.
Reduces
Anyway, it's good to eat. It's good to eat ampalaya and look out for the medication. We used to have ampalaya teas as well. I haven't seen them available recently. But yeah, so we should be promoting locally made medicines and herbal medicines, and even non-herbal medicines that are made locally, so we can support our local researchers and industry.
Yeah, but this is great news. This is really great news.
Yes. Okay, we wanted to share some good news before we started with everything else today.
Well, let's get on to what we need to know.
Okay, yes. Okay, now this one is not quite as good. Remember, for all those who were here last week, we were talking about the self-replicating COVID-19 vaccines that were being rolled out in Japan. Now, these are an mRNA platform that after a recipient is injected, the vaccine components are supposed to reproduce themselves, and they can be spread between other people. So someone who took these products can shed it to other people, meaning there cannot be any informed consent if you're going to get a vaccine inadvertently by coming in close contact with another person. So this slide is showing, this is from the McCullough Foundation, that's Dr. Peter McCullough, that a Marburg self-amplifying mRNA injection has been developed. Now, Marburg is a very serious illness of chickens. And Marburg did not used to be a serious illness until they developed vaccines for it. But once they developed vaccines, the virus adapted, and Marburg became a very serious illness. And they said they've also developed replicon or self-amplifying injections for H1N1 bird flu as well. So very interesting. Remember that Moderna had their very first ever products with their COVID vaccines. The company that is producing the replicon vaccines has never had a commercial product before these products. So it's a brand new company giving a brand new product to the market.
Wow.
Are you very comforted by that, Tanya?
No,
not me either. I'm
goodness.
terrified. I mean, I don't think we have a good history I think when we start looking at the record of pharmaceutical companies, many of them have very criminal records, and they have a history of massive litigation
Mm,
for malfeasance
yeah.
and for misrepresenting their results and misrepresenting safety. So, I think the message or takeaway from this is we should be rather critical of pharmaceutical companies
Yeah.
because they're developing products that they can make lots of money for. But in the US, which is the leader, they cannot be held liable if their products are dangerous because they've been shielded. Um, there was a shield in the US which in 1986 there was an act that
Mm.
removed liability from vaccine manufacturers. And instead, any injuries were supposed to be covered by a government fund. And once they removed that liability, the number of vaccines on the market exploded. And when you have no liability for a product, there is also no impetus to make that product safer.
Yeah. And the Philippine government did the same thing for COVID. Like in RA 11525, as we know, there was that clause exempting all the manufacturers and the vaccinators and the government agencies involved from liability for vaccine injuries. And instead, they set up that COVID fund, the indemnity fund, which is so notoriously difficult to claim from.
So that was the amount was 500 million.
Mm-hmm.
And the maximum claim amount is 100,000. So you could
Yeah.
only have 5,000 people claim.
Yeah.
But we know that there's only a dozen or so claims to date because we know that well less than 1% of that fund has ever been distributed.
Yeah. And Super Sally, so one of our listeners, Sheila Ruiz Baha, so she's asking permission to raise her concern. So I'll translate, it's in Tagalog. She says that the husband of her friend um, was fully vaxxed with Pfizer, had a stroke in August, and had a blood clot and heart enlargement. And so she encouraged her friend to go to PhilHealth so that they could claim because they're, racking up a lot of bills. And PhilHealth supposedly told them that um, because the doctors did not say that this is vaccine related, the stroke, it's like they didn't say that the stroke was a direct result of the vaccine, then, they can't really claim. So how do we help them? What can we say to that?
This is a very difficult situation because the current requirements from PhilHealth to claim require that there is direct evidence that the vaccine caused harm. And I don't think the Philippines has the ability to do the testing that is being done in some other countries that can identify that there's still spike protein, they can identify there's still vaccine components to clearly link the injury. Um, so yeah, I think we have quite a challenge in the Philippines with people being able to make appropriate claims.
And so what we're trying to do, and so for our listeners, no, Super Sally and I were actually approached by the president of PhilHealth. I think during the fourth congressional hearing with Kong Dan, no, he seemed earnest in his desire to have more people claim from the fund. So yung kailangan po kasi natin ngayon, so Super Sally is trying to develop a case, basically to tell the PhilHealth na you have to change your standards, you have to make it easier for people to claim because if this was a criminal case, vaccine injured people would have to prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt, which is the highest standard of proof. And it's virtually impossible in this particular case. Yung mga hinihingi ng PhilHealth kasi, as Super Sally said, it's difficult to have those kinds of evidence, or it's difficult to establish it in the first place. So
Yeah.
we actually need people who are willing to work with us so that we can help make a case. Kumbaga parang it's a practical case, no? So like Sheila, if your friend is willing, baka we can meet with you and your friend, with Super Sally, find out the documents, find out what's available, and then work with you so that we can help convince PhilHealth to accommodate the evidence, no, it's not going to be easy because we're basically telling them change your policy, change your documentation, change the process, no. But if we have people that are willing to work with us, we can use you as a test case. And it's not impossible to claim because John Kevin Arado, who has appeared, several times with us, and he's one of the resources for PPMH, he was able to claim Super Sally, di ba, from PhilHealth and from COVAX. Is that right?
Yes, I understand he was also able to claim from COVAX. But for Kevin, there was a team of doctors who worked very hard to provide the evidence to show that this was from the vaccine.
Yeah.
And the problem that we have is that many people, even though the temporality, meaning the time between the vaccine and their injury, was very close, they don't have medical evidence to prove that that was the vaccine. And the FDA has said that nearly all of the adverse reactions are coincidental and due to underlying conditions. So this is something that we have to fight. And, if there was anybody, it's quite difficult, but let's take the case of a sudden death. Somebody was walking, talking, working, doing all their normal things. They got vaccinated, they went home, they died in their sleep that night. And then they were cremated, whatever. That person, even though, they were young, fit and healthy, they got vaccinated, they died, they don't have any medical evidence in order to comply with PhilHealth's criteria, where they're looking for the evidence basis. But, if someone would come forward, we could take their case to PhilHealth and then look at the epidemiological and case study aspects of this.
Right.
So we can look at the medical history and say, okay, we have the evidence that there was nothing wrong with this person, and then they died within 24 hours. This should be an open-close case. And if that sort of case would be accepted by PhilHealth, that would open the door for many similar cases where we could demonstrate the person was normal, fit, healthy, active, and then they died. But we need people to be brave enough to come forward, to talk about, to present their case so that we can assist the process, because it will be much easier to work through this process with a real case.
Yes, than hypothetical. So to use the analogy of a legal case, no, like for example, there was a murder, so someone was dead, someone was killed. PhilHealth effectively is asking for direct evidence that that this person was killed by someone. So it would be something like CCTV footage or a direct confession, things which are super difficult to get. What we're effectively trying to do with PhilHealth is we're trying to convince them to accept other forms of evidence, which, if you put together, will show that this person was indeed murdered by the vaccines. No, it's not CCTV footage. It's not a direct confession from the vaccine manufacturer, but it's going to be, as Super Sally said, epidemiological. No, so titignan ang iba't ibang documents. Like for example, what was the patient's condition before and after vaccination? Doc Marivic Villa keeps insisting that the patient history is very relevant. For PhilHealth, it's not. So we're going to have to convince them that this is relevant. This is evidence that can be used in court. So that's why we need legal people working on this. We need scientific people like Super Sally and our doctors. We also need insurance people. If there are those of you who are familiar with actuarial science, that would be very helpful, no? To make a case. Wag po natin tatanggapin na dahil sinabi ng PhilHealth, hindi na pwede. But we need to work with you. Kailangan po natin tiyagain to because we're going to try to open the doors, no, for more people to claim. And we need people like you to help.
Yeah, so, I think this ties in with what we're going to discuss later, that we need people to be brave and to stand up. But we'll come to that in a while. Okay, let's go to the next slide.
Yeah. And I think, Super Sally, some people are starting to post also. A special shout out to Jericho, who's listening from Jensen. Jericho attended our wellness fair and he's very inspired to mobilize people, to inform people about vaccine injuries and how they can claim. So, a shout out to the Gensan people. There's someone in your area who wants to reach out to you. If you've been vax injured, or if you know someone who's vax injured or who lost a loved one due to the vax, please do reach out, because there's strength in numbers. Magtipon-tipon po tayo so that we can all work together to get justice for people who've been affected. Sige, Super Sally, back to you.
Okay. So we're going to now talk about the Vacuna Escuela, which is starting on Monday this week. And I wanted to show everybody, this is from the World Health Organization, and the World Health Organization position is that global immunization efforts have saved at least 154 million lives over the past 50 years. And this is also a statement which is very much supported and believed by our Department of Health and the health officials. So they're convinced that vaccines save lives, and this is why they're promoting and pushing all pediatric vaccines very hard. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. I just want people to understand the position. There are many people who believe that vaccines are the best thing since sliced bread. Okay, so this is the study that the WHO was talking about. It's a study called Contribution of Vaccination to Improve Survival and Health Modeling, 50 Years of Expanded Programs on Immunization. And when we look at their methods, it's based on modeling. Now, when we talk about models, your models are only as good as your data input. So they considered coverage of all routine and supplementary vaccinations since 1974. They estimated the mortality, which is, 50 years ago, okay? And estimated the mortality and morbidity averted for each age cohort relative to a hypothetical scenario of no vaccination. And then they used the modeled outcomes to estimate the contribution to globally declining infant and child mortality. So this study is based on a model. My question would be, what is the on-the-ground situation? And when we start looking at the on-the-ground situation, we have questions about what has happened with children's health. Because for sure, we have had reduction in the so-called vaccine-preventable diseases. But at the same time that we've had these reductions, we've also had a massive increase in a huge range of pediatric chronic health conditions. We're talking about allergies, we're talking about asthma, we're talking about ADHD, we're talking about learning disabilities. And so there is research done on this. This is not mainstream. The mainstream is doing everything they can to avoid looking at this. But it appears that the reduction in infectious diseases came at a cost of chronic health conditions. But let's go to the next slide, which is very interesting. I hope you take screenshots if you want to look into this further. But one of the most important things we should realize is that death from most of the common infectious diseases declined more than 90% before vaccines were introduced. And even in the illnesses such as typhoid and scarlet fever, where there was never any vaccine, these illnesses also decreased. So what was the reason for decrease in illness? The decrease in illness came from people having clean water, good nutrition, and sanitation. So vaccines were not the cause of reduced illnesses. For most of the illnesses that we vaccinate against, they are not serious for healthy children. They can be serious for children who have severe health conditions. But for a child with good nutrition, most of these illnesses are nothing to be seriously concerned about. Regardless, the Department of Health believes that these vaccines are beneficial for the population's health, And all of the vaccine programs are being promoted with the assistance of the World Health Organization, which is very much bought in, working with Gavi, working with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to vaccinate the world's children. Okay, next slide. Okay, this slide, this was an article from about 2 weeks ago in the local newspaper, and this was telling us that anybody in the Philippines who receives 4Ps, meaning the people who are the poor people who are really struggling to survive, if they want to receive assistance, they have to follow medical and school rules. So the school rules mean that their children have to attend school for a minimum attendance criteria, but the pregnant women need to attend all of their prenatal care, which includes vaccinations during pregnancy, and they also need to attend all of their post-delivery care, which includes full vaccination of their children. Now, I do agree that they should have access to good medical care, but I would question, is this providing informed consent, or is this coercion that you comply or you will not be assisted? So, I would hope that the people who are really in such poverty would be assisted without being discriminated against, without conditions.
Yeah.
Would you comment on this, Tanya? I think it's important for us to know what's happening to fellow Filipinos.
Yeah, and this is really reminiscent of what happened during the forced vaccination during COVID. There were so many reports of people receiving 4Ps, being denied the 4Ps until they were vaccinated. No, so this is really still in keeping with the same modus, and it really sounds more like a coercion. It's like, get vaccinated, otherwise we won't give you money. I don't agree that. I mean, to a certain extent, it is reasonable. The kids should attend school. People should go for checkups. But to say that you have to be vaccinated to continue receiving benefits, that's really coercion, and it violates informed consent.
Yes, I agree. I have a friend whose helper child was sick during COVID, and she took the child to the hospital for treatment, and the mother was not vaccinated, or she was vaccinated but she wasn't boosted, and she was denied medical care for her child until she received a booster.
Wow.
A booster vaccine. So this is a close friend. I believe her testimony, and she told me that the child couldn't receive care until the mother was vaccinated.
That's horrible.
Okay, this is what Filipinos are doing to other Filipinos, and this might be an isolated case. I hope it is, but we have to understand that people did inhumane things to other people in the name of public health. But how is this public health? We lost our humanity.
Yeah. And so actually, Super Sally, I think in coming episodes, I'd like to invite someone who's a bioethics expert. Hopefully we can get him on board. It's important for each one of us to understand the concept of bioethics. Basically, this is ethics with regard to health and medical care. And what you were describing, Super Sally, is really against bioethics, no? Parang you're going to withhold medical care until someone gets vaccinated. So what if this person dies? They're going to justify na you didn't get vaccinated and therefore you had to die. Diba? Pero where's the humanity in that? The Hippocratic Oath, requires medical professionals to save life. Diba? You have to uphold life. That's the number one value. And to say that we won't treat you sa hospital, we won't give you medical assistance until you're vaccinated really flies in the face of that.
It seems that vaccination is not about a medicine. It's more vaccination is treated more like a religion,
Yeah.
where it's beyond question And
Grab.
compliance is also beyond question. It's like a ritual which you must accept without question because you are ordered to do so by your God. And I'm sorry if that is offensive to the Christians here. I'm also a Christian.
No, I mean that's the absurdity. Kumbaga, science has become a god. Kumbaga, parang there's
It's
a
not
difference.
science. It's not science, Tanya. It's the
Exactly.
corruption of science. It's something. It's a doctrine that is beyond question, and
Right.
anybody who questions the safety or the efficacy will be cancelled. We risk cancelling here as well. But all we're saying is that people need to be allowed to make choices and should be provided with all sides of the risks and the benefits.
Yeah. I was actually listening to a very interesting podcast. Siguro next broadcast, I'm going to share the link to that podcast. No, there was a talk by an authority talking about how science is no longer scientific. So sabi niya, there's a difference between science as a process, which is basically you have a hypothesis, you gathered evidence, you test your hypothesis, and then you draw a conclusion. So ang layo na ng science from the scientific process, meaning the science is now trust the science. It no longer, you know, it no longer is open to questioning. It's no longer open to inquiry. It fact checks people who dissent. So now science is more of a dogma. It's become a religion. And the interesting thing, Super Sally, is that this particular podcast was taken down from TED Talks. 'Di ba? We're familiar with the platform, 'di ba, yung TED Talks?
Yes,
It
yes, they're very good discussions on a whole range of topics.
Yeah, they took down this talk. They censored it because they said that it was going to parang reduce people's confidence in science. It's
Except
like
that it's not science anymore. The
exactly.
scientific, the pure scientific method is about questioning everything, and it's about rigorous testing without bias.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and that's absolutely been lost in the modern world. And yet we're supposed to treat declared science. Remember, Anthony Fauci was the science, meaning
Yeah.
whatever he said
Science.
should have been taken as word.
Yeah. Yeah. And as
So,
Sheena points out, it's no longer science, it's tyranny.
oh yes, absolutely. And true science has to be questioned.
Hmm.
And that's the way our civilization advances. And honestly, we're at risk of our civilization regressing instead of advancing if we allow the tyranny and the silencing of questioning and true science to continue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, shall we continue?
Sure. Sige, next slide, VA Francis.
Okay, next slide. Okay, this is in the US. This is 30 lawmakers have sponsored a bill to end the liability protection for vaccine makers. So this is what I referred to earlier. 1986, there was an act that granted immunity from prosecution for vaccine injuries to vaccine makers. And now, given the experience with the COVID-19 vaccines and also a lot of renewed awareness about the harms of pediatric vaccines, the lawmakers want to remove the liability protection, meaning vaccine makers can be sued. And this is very beneficial because when a product manufacturer is liable for their product, they will be highly motivated to make it safe. Okay, so the question is not, could vaccines work if they're properly designed? Could they be beneficial if they're manufactured in safely? They absolutely could. There could be a role for vaccination, but the current situation is it doesn't matter how many people are harmed. The vaccine manufacturer, they get their money and they walk away. So that is what they're trying to address. Now, the situation in the Philippines, this is a US law. In the Philippines, there is no liability for vaccine manufacturers except for the COVID-19 vaccines, which were under emergency use authorization. So in theory, anybody in the Philippines could sue a vaccine manufacturer if they thought they had been injured. Okay, so the
COVID.
situation, people just don't. The vaccine manufacturers, the drug manufacturers have lots of money. I presume they, throw a few 100,000 pesos around and they buy the silence of the victim.
Wow. So actually, there's nothing stopping us from suing.
Aside from the COVID vaccines, correct. There's nothing stopping us from suing. If somebody would be prepared to stand out, because we don't have a law like this. But, they say that how the US goes, so goes the world. So, there is a culture of silence around vaccine injuries.
Yeah.
The Philippines Epidemiological Bureau, they used to publish monthly reports about different diseases. And in past years, I think more than 10 years ago, they used to publish vaccine injuries as well in that report. And then they stopped. They still continued. They would publish how many cases of tuberculosis, how many cases of measles, how many cases of diphtheria, how many cases of rabies. And they used to also include adverse events following immunization. And then they stopped reporting adverse events following immunization, and they continued reporting the other illnesses. So I suppose they stopped doing that because they didn't want to fuel vaccine hesitancy. If people could see that there were injuries, maybe they would question. But we know that the Department of Health is very vested in creating demand for vaccines and building confidence in vaccines. And necessarily that can't include any suggestion that there might be harm.
Yeah, and the absurdity. If you look at the language, a lot of it is about creating demand. It's like
they actually have demand. They have a unit for demand generation, and in their bills, in their documents talking about vaccination, they literally talk about demand generation activities, which includes prizes, contests, incentivization. So, how does that tie in with informed consent? This is a good question. We should perhaps ask our bioethicist about this. Can you have informed consent? Can you have informed consent when you're only told one side?
Of course not.
Well, there you go.
And actually, it's part of bioethics, no, that doctors have the duty to fully inform the patients. They have to basically give, both the benefits and the possible risks to the patient so that the patients can make informed decisions.
Correct. So someone has asked about, what do you think of the product they're selling in the market, stem cell? Well, I think Attorney Tanya and I are not medical experts, and I haven't researched on this. I understand it does have some applications, but there's probably a lot of opportunistic marketing. But this topic would perhaps be one for Dr. Marivik when she's back. Okay, so we'll have to leave this topic for now. But anything that sounds too good to be true might well be too good to be true.
That's true. Yeah. And the ones that work, this is the weird thing, Super Sally, the ones that really work, they're usually very quiet, and the ones that have a lot of hype, they're usually more hype than actual efficacy.
Yeah, and I would just say that when we're looking at human health, we need to go back to the basics. Clean water, enough sleep. Your diet should be completely unprocessed, avoiding environmental toxins. And these things that will allow your body to heal by itself are always going to be your priority, even before any medical intervention.
Yeah. And Super sad, I think we should also warn people against the use of chemicals, no? Mostly in household ingredients, no, or household cleaning products. Maybe a lot of the diseases or a lot of the illnesses that people are experiencing might even be related to the things that we're using to clean our bathrooms, to clean our houses. What if we were to shift to more natural forms of cleaning products?
Yeah, and even things like fire retardants on upholstery. These are known to have major health impacts. So it's not just our cleaning products, it can also be, just the things we use in our house, or even our clothes can be containing contaminants that may be detrimental to our health. So it really is about keeping it as simple, keeping our lives and keeping what we use as simple as possible. They say one of the best cleaning ingredients are baking soda and vinegar.
Yeah,
and,
we were talking about
some
that.
of us look into that.
Yeah.
I'm guilty as well. I also use cleaning products.
Oh, one thing we're doing away with is fabric softeners, fabric conditioners. If you want to keep it simple, just go back to the basics. I hear that Perla is one of the tried and tested products. It's also hyperallergenic. I have my laundry done at our neighborhood laundry service, but I asked them to do hand wash with Perla,
Yeah.
and my skin is much better than when it was using chemical based fabric conditioners, fabric softeners, and detergent.
Okay, fabric conditioners are one of the ingredients, or clean. They're not even a cleaning ingredient. Okay, they're not soap. What you need to clean your clothes is soap. Fabric conditioner have all sorts of chemicals in it, and that's one of the very first things that shouldn't be used. It's both, it's an issue for the environment, and it's also coming in contact with your skin. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So Perla is one of the minimally processed soaps. It's one of the purest soaps in the market. So yeah, let's keep things simple and minimum additives, and let's keep going. It's already 9:15.
I know. This is supposed to be super short.
We could talk forever. Okay, so this is just this was posted yesterday. The Department of Health is urging parents to prepare kids for vacuna escuela. They're telling their children the parents should explain to their children the benefits of vaccination and ensure them that healthcare workers and teachers would look after their safety. And also advise parents and guardians to check if their children are fit for immunization. Any child that is sick should defer vaccination. Okay, they also say that these vaccine preventable diseases could lead to severe complications and death if not treated appropriately. Okay, so I mean, there's encouragement and a little bit of, if you don't treat this, you're going to die. Okay,
one word, Super Sally.
Yes.
If they told me that, I'd say one word.
Yeah.
Dengvaksha.
Ay, naka.
Diba? I mean, we have Dengvaksha. They blame vaccine hesitancy. Hello, who rolled out Dengvaksha? Who was responsible for the death of all these kids?
Diba? We had Dengvaxia. We also had COVID-19 vaccines.
COVID-19.
Okay, we have, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
Okay, we've already, Dengvaxia, COVID, we need to question, but, people have to make their own choices. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, the next slide is a repeat of last week, but I'll just do very quick. I want people these are the diseases that are being vaccinated against in the Vacuna Escuela program. Diphtheria is caused by diphtheria bacteria, which can be fatal, although hardly anybody dies from it because it's treatable with antibiotics. The vaccine can help to counter the toxin and prevent severe illness. That's diphtheria. Just 1 or 2 children die every year in the Philippines from diphtheria, and possibly if they're not treated early, because it is generally a treatable illness. Tetanus is caused by a bacteria that lives in the gut of animals and can be transferred to humans who come into contact with animal feces or poop. It cannot be transmitted from person to person. The vaccine is supposed to target the toxin to help the body mount a response to the toxin. Treatment of tetanus is a horrible illness. It's very painful, and it can be fatal. It can be treated, but it needs to be treated early, so they have symptomatic and supportive treatment, which can include a respirator if the person's respiratory muscles are affected. It needs antibiotics and anti-spasmodics. It's a horrible illness. Unfortunately, sometimes people get tetanus even if they're vaccinated. And the most important thing against tetanus is anybody who has a puncture wound, it has to be cleaned properly. And any wounds in a farm environment where there's animals need to be properly flushed and cleaned with soap and water. And proper cleaning of a wound is accepted as one of the most important ways of preventing tetanus. Tetanus vaccine, often it's given in adults. They say it should be repeated every 10 years. If you're a city person and you never come into contact with animals, it's probably not a risk for you. So you have to make your own decision. Rubella is a mild illness in children, so it's not a serious illness. It can be a serious illness. It can be serious in pregnant women if they come into contact in early pregnancy. But it seems to be quite rare, even for children to have, or babies to be born with complications of this. I know when I was planning to have my children, the doctor tested me for rubella if I had immunity because I had never been vaccinated. And I came up with very strong immunity to rubella. They can test the antibodies. So I had never had a rubella vaccine. I had never been sick with rubella as far as I knew, yet I had very high levels of antibodies, meaning that any baby I had would be well protected and wouldn't be at risk. So it seems that rubella circulates in the community and many people may not know they have it. Anyway, so this is one of the vaccines. The other one they're looking at is measles. Measles is very, very contagious. Before there was vaccination, most children caught it before they were 15. In healthy children, it's not serious. In children with malnutrition, it can be very serious. And it can be fatal. So I think in the Philippines, a few children probably die from measles every year, just a very small number. But measles can also be treated with high-dose vitamin A. I had spoken with our pediatrician, and at one point I took my children to the pediatrician, and we came into the clinic, and there was a child with measles in the clinic.
Yeah.
And the pediatrician was very worried that my child might have caught measles from that child. And I was given a prescription, I think it was 40,000 IUI of vitamin A. And they said if my child got sick, I should give her the vitamin A. My child never got sick. So even though we were in the clinic with a child with measles, we didn't catch it.
Okay.
But so it is treatable. It is understood that a measles vaccine at an older age is probably less risk than a measles vaccine given to a very young child. So these are school-age children. So the HPV vaccine is said to prevent cervical cancer. It has to be given to women who haven't already been exposed to HPV. HPV can be contracted from an infected mother to her child. So some children may have been exposed unknowingly, or it can be contracted through sexual intercourse. So the reason they are vaccinating 9-year-old girls is because they're assuming that at 9 years old they haven't entered any relationship with any person yet. If a person is vaccinated and they had already have HPV exposure, they may there's a higher risk of cancer in those cases. And unfortunately, there is quite a lot of reports of adverse events from HPV vaccine. Unfortunately, I've heard some very sad stories, including I wrote about the HPV vaccine on my Substack, just explaining the available information. And there was a reply from a teacher who said that she had a student who became very sick after HPV vaccine and missed 6 months of school and could no longer take part in sport. And I've met people in Australia with reactions from HPV vaccine. Yikes. So, cervical cancer is a serious condition, but it's usually detected by Pap smears, which might be embarrassing or inconvenient, but if it's detected early, it's quite treatable. Cervical cancer is usually a disease of middle age and older women. It's not usually found in young women. So if a 9-year-old girl is vaccinated against HPV, any benefit to her is probably going to come in 40 or 50 years. So, there's a long time gap. So that needs to be, considered by the parents. Okay, so next slide. Just so be aware of what the vaccines are for. This is a copy of the notification. I don't think it's very clear, but anyone who's it's relevant to will get a copy. The parents are notified that there's a vaccination activity and they need to sign the consent for their child or refuse the consent for their child. And it's totally within their right to refuse or accept. So Kai has commented that HPV is the health shot Bill Gates promoted. Actually, the World Health Organization has a program for elimination of cervical cancer by 2080 in another, 2024, 60 years from now. And to that end, they are pushing widespread use of HPV vaccines. Make your own mind up whether you trust the World Health Organization in pushing vaccines. Up to you. No more comment. Okay, next slide. Okay. So this one, you can see I've given a link. I would like to emphasize to everybody, for any medication you take, any at all, not necessarily vaccines, if you have an adverse reaction, please report it. Please report it to the FDA. This form can be downloaded. It can be filled up online, and you can report. It's very much a responsibility of consumers to raise an alarm if they have an adverse reaction. If you take a product and you become sick and you are silent, you have not passed on your responsibility. It is your responsibility to let the authorities know, because how can they know if you won't tell them? So I'm really pleading with people, please report anything that's happened to you. If something happened to you after the COVID-19 vaccines, even if it was 2 years ago, you can still report it on this form. So please step up, every single one of our listeners. If something has happened to you, please report. It's confidential. You will not be penalized for submitting a report. No one is going to get you, but you might save somebody else's life if enough people report what's happened.
Yeah, and Super Sally, I just want to point out, for the benefit of our listeners, if you take a look at some of the drugs which are available over the counter, there's actually a little paragraph there that says if you experience any adverse effects to the medication, contact FDA. I've seen that for paracetamol and some other common medicines, So I'm wondering why they're suppressing it for the more complex medicines when actually the basic meds already contain that information form.
Well, I don't think people were told that for the COVID vaccines, but for the COVID vaccines, if you're a parent and your child takes one of these vaccines and you approve it and your child is sick, you can report it. Please report it, even if it's just a fever. If it's something worse, please also report it, because the Philippines FDA, if you submit this becomes an official document. It becomes official evidence that now exists in the, for the government to look at. So every single citizen has to do their own part in contributing to safety. And by the way, paracetamol is not a safe drug. Okay? Paracetamol is not a safe drug. It must be used very cautiously, if at all. It can cause kidney failure and liver failure.
Yeah.
At relatively low doses. So all drugs come with risks.
Yeah. Some more than others.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, please copy this and please submit. And if you want to share it to Attorney Tanya or myself, anyone who shared anything would be completely confidential. One of the things we're looking at the moment, we have had a lot of reports of people developing cancers, and we're very curious as to if there is any relationship between certain batches of vaccines and the cancer cases. Um, and unfortunately, I don't know that the government is collating this sort of information, but it would be very useful if we can, try and see if there's any association with certain batches and certain illnesses. This should be part of the post-vaccine rollout pharmacovigilance.
Super Sally, I have an idea because some of our viewers have been mentioning the elections.
Yes.
I'm wondering if we can make this an election issue.
Whoa.
We write to the candidates, the ones who are running for office, and we ask them about what's your take on adverse events, what's your take on the excess deaths, what do you plan to do about all the turbo cancers which are showing up.
I mean, we have Willie Ong. He's a presidential candidate. Is he going to speak out about what's happened to himself?
I don't know, but I think we need to put all the candidates at all levels of government, from the national elections all the way down to barangay, no, not the barangay, the local elections. We have to
Yeah,
start this an election issue.
it absolutely should be an election issue. I mean, this is the health of the nation. I haven't had a chance to report the latest data about excess deaths, but the excess deaths in 2023 are already, sorry, the total deaths in 2023 are already higher than the total deaths in 2022. And the cancers cases are up nearly 5% compared to, so the deaths in 2023 are currently 0.4% higher, just slightly higher, but the cancer deaths are 5% higher. So the increase in cancer is disproportionate. We have an increase in HIV cases of nearly 25%, meaning we also have an increase in lower respiratory illnesses, not flu. Pneumonia increased, but that's not unexpected because in the past pneumonia was COVID was pneumonia, but now it's back to pneumonia. But lower respiratory illnesses and infections are all increased, meaning that people's health is much poorer than it was in the past. So we do need to keep watching. So I'll present this in coming weeks. We don't have time again tonight.
Yeah. Okay, sige, next slide. Okay, sige. So we did promise that we're going to be streaming the movie that's been premiered, no. But I just like to present a few slides just for everyone's benefit, no. Kasi we keep talking about how what's going on in the world is really a spiritual battle, okay? And we'd also like to take the opportunity to explain kung bakit ganito yung approach ng Lunas Pilipinas. Okay? So there are many freedom movements all over the world in response to the COVID pandemic, in response to the Great Reset, and to whatever it is that they've planned to roll out, no? And nagkakaroon ng pagtatalo-talo sa iba't ibang mga grupo tungkol sa approach. Okay? So we're aware that some of you have mentioned why, maybe Lunas Pilipinas can, run for party list. Maybe Attorney Aaron Sogilon could run again for the Senate. Why don't we field candidates? Why don't we engage in political action, bakit hindi po tayo nagra-rally? Maybe we should be going out there and rallying, So, we just like to give you an idea of our approach, no? Ano yung philosophy behind the way we engage, no? And I'll start out by saying that humanity is at a crossroads. So, kumbaga, there are two possible paths na pwedeng puntahan ng mundo. Okay? We've seen the Great Reset. If you look at the Hollywood movies, yung mga dystopian future na, yung parang think Hunger Games, think The Matrix, think pollution and war and devastation all over the world, And that's one possible path, given all the war, given all the conflict, given all the toxicity, both in the physical and, virtual world. And that's one possibility. And the other possibility is the possibility that people will learn to live in a peaceful way, that we will learn to solve the problems of humanity like poverty, injustice, discrimination, environmental degradation, you know. And so, yun yung pinagpipilian ng sangkatauhan ngayon. Anong magiging kinabukasan ng mundo? Which path will humanity choose? The path of destruction or the path of peace and prosperity? You know, so it's, you know, many have said na, you know, we are in the end times. Many of you are reading the book of Revelation and seeing that we are already at that point where the prophecies in the book of Revelation are starting to become reality, you know. And so this is where we are at this point in history. We are at a crossroads. Sige, next slide, B.A. Francis. And so you've heard variations of this saying, no? You've heard the saying that in order for evil to triumph, let good men and women do nothing. And then this one is a variation of that. All it takes for evil to triumph is for the righteous to feel nothing, to say nothing, and to do nothing. You know, and that's why kami ni Super Sally, ni Doc Vic, you know, Doc Alan, Doc Romy, parang we always constantly talk about the need to take action, you know. And this is why we have our broadcast every Saturday, kahit pagod, kahit may sakit, you know, pinipilit namin to continue talking to you, going live, because we believe that we need to do something together. You know, napakadali po sana para sa amin. May mga pamilya kami ni Super Sally, may mga buhay din kami. Marami kaming pinagdadaanan, hindi nyo lang alam. At yung iba nating mga kasama din sa movement, marami din pinagdadaanan, no? Yung if you're wondering why you haven't seen certain people for some time, believe me, we're all going through so many different things, no? But we need to keep the faith and we need to continue to cultivate the hope because there's so much to fight for, you know. And the last thing we should do is to do nothing, you know. And especially hindi tayo pwedeng maging numb, hindi tayo pwedeng magpatay mali siya, magkunyari na, you know, na parang walang problema sa mundo. Kailangan talaga natin makibahagi dito, kailangan natin makisawsaw, kailangan nating kumbaga makibaka, kailangan natin makibaka talaga. Hindi pwedeng nasa gilid lang tayo at nanunood. Kasi eventually maabutan tayo niyan eh. And the people we love are being affected by the turbo cancers, by the myocarditis, by the dangers of, you know, of forced vaccination. So we cannot just be on the sidelines. Talagang kailangan makilahok tayo dito sa nangyayari. Sige, next slide please. Okay, so ito, wag sana kayo mawirdohan dito sa i-share ko, no? The things that I'll be saying in the next few slides are being borne out by quantum physics. Maraming mga discoveries ngayon in the world of science, you know, the real science, where there is active discovery and inquiry. One of them is quantum mechanics and quantum physics, no? Na sinasabi na ng mga quantum physicists na ang matter is not as solid as we think it is. You know, that actually when we look at matter, there's a lot of it that's empty space. You know, sinasabi nila, like if you look at the atomic structure, yung katawan natin na akala natin napaka-solid, actually a lot of it, most of it is energy. You know, and so sabi nga ni Nikola Tesla is one of the most brilliant scientists and inventors in the early 20th century. Medyo pinag-initan siya nila JP Morgan because he was on the verge of producing free energy for the world. He was developing free electricity. Imagine, you know, a world where no one has to pay for energy, no one has to pay for electricity. He had already developed it. And unfortunately, kinat yung funding niya because it was a threat to the people who were monopolizing fossil fuels, who were monopolizing electricity. You know, so Nikola Tesla, it's only now na na-unlock ulit yung kanyang mga discovery. And one of the things that he said that is helpful for us is this: if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Ibig sabihin, kailangang we have to start looking at the energetic aspects of the physical world. We have to start thinking in terms of frequency and vibration, looking at our energy and how we influence the material world through our energy, our frequency, and our vibration. Okay, so it sounds weird if you are just looking at it from the scientific perspective, which is just there's nothing more than the physical world. But if you look at it in terms of spirituality, dito na nakikita na nasisimulan nang makita yung intersection between science and spirituality, which is really quite amazing, no? Na quantum physics shows us that there is actually a spiritual dimension to science. Okay, and this is what we're trying to tap as a movement, as Lunas Pilipinas. Sige, next slide please. Okay, so how is this relevant to all of us, no? Yung pinag-uusapan natin about, stay positive, try to be loving, try to engage with compassion, okay? So, going back doon sa timeline na nakita ninyo sa earlier slide, okay? So, may dalawang paraan ng pakikibaka. Yung isang paraan is the one that we traditionally know. Yung galit, yung tinatawag na grim and determined, yung talagang makikibaka, makikipag-away, very negative, And then there is the opposite, which is trying to engage in a positive way, in a way that is respectful, in a way that is compassionate, na hindi dinidemonyo yung kabila dahil lang hindi kayo magkasundo. Okay? And so, there is this map of consciousness which was developed by one of the spiritual scientists, no? At mineasure niya kung ano ang vibration ng iba't ibang klaseng emotions. And so, emotions like joy, peace, enlightenment, and love, for example, mataas ang vibration yan. At tayo bilang mga Pilipino, malakas ang ating, marunong tayong makiramdam, alam natin na ang higher emotions ay magaan sa kalooban. 'Di ba? Magaan siyang kasama, magaan ang loob ko sa kanya. 'Di ba? We have the language to describe the higher states of consciousness, no? At kasama diyan, ang pinaka-base diyan para sa positive ay ang lakas loob. Ang tinatawag na courage or tapang. At 200 pataas, if you vibrate at that particular energy, mas pupunta ka sa positibo na timeline. Mas positive yung magiging cycle mo. Pero kapag tayo ay puno ng galit, tayo po ay puno ng pride, tapos kung tayo ay walang pakialam, or tayo ay takot, we are anxious, we are fearful, anything below 200, we vibrate at a lower frequency. Yun. Ay, nawala yung slide, B.A. Francis. Yon. So, kumbaga, yung guidelines dito, no, and for the Christians, no, for the believers, we can actually draw upon the teachings of Christ, no, in the Gospels. 'Di ba? Ano yung sinasabi niya? 'Di ba parang magpatawad kayo, patawarin ninyo yung mga kaaway ninyo, ipagdasal ninyo yung mga taong umuusig sa inyo. 'Di ba? Kapag kayo ay sinampal, wag niyong isampal. 'Di ba? You offer the other cheek, and this is essentially what Jesus was trying to say, na parang pwede natin ipaglaban kung ano yung mabuti, kung ano yung tama, pero hindi natin kailangan makipagsabayan sa mundo. We don't have to be bashing, we don't have to be canceling other people, we don't have to call people names, diba? We can disagree with them, we can engage them, but in a way that is loving, in a way that is compassionate and courageous, no? And so, we try to adopt the example of Christ to engage in non-violent confrontation, 'di ba? Nagalit si Jesus, 'di ba? Nagalit siya nagalit siya doon sa ginawang palengke yung templo, 'di ba? But he never harmed another person, he never spoke in anger against other people in a hateful way. He was always for love, compassion, and non-violent engagement, the principle of active non-violence, which was adopted by Mahatma Gandhi, which was adopted by Nelson Mandela, which was adopted by Martin Luther King Jr. Ito po yung sinusubukan po natin buhayin, the spirit of active non-violence as we fight for the freedom and truth and justice in the midst of this global tyranny. Okay, sige, next slide please. So, isa ding gusto namin i-emphasize dito sa Lunas Pilipinas is that every one of us matters. Okay? Tayo po ay napaloob sa isang sistema. We are part of a system and everyone in the system is interconnected. Lahat po tayo konektado dahil sa broadcast na ito, dahil po tayo ay kapwa Pilipino, dahil po tayo ay naniniwala sa parehong mga prinsipyo, and nakakalungkot po, naalala ko po, kinuwento po ni Attorney Aaron before, marami pong lumapit sa kanila sa JD na nagsabi na bago sila na-inform or na-empower tungkol sa kanilang mga karapatan, napakaramdam nila na sila ay alikabok lang. Na parang walang halaga yung buhay nila, na parang walang saysay. Kumbaga, parang alikabok, worthless. Parang ganun yung pakiramdam nila. Pero nung sila ay tinuruan, sinabi na may saysay ang buhay nyo, may halaga ang buhay ninyo, hindi kayo alikabok lang, that you matter, biglang nabuhayan sila ng loob at nagkaroon sila ng tapang na manindigan at ipagtanggol ang kanilang mga sarili. And that's the message of hope that we would like to share with each and every one of you. And that if you can hopefully also share this message of hope to everyone. Because in the Gospels, this was essentially what Christ was saying, that every person matters. Yung ketongin, yung mahirap, yung tax collector, yung makasalanan, walang patapon na buhay. Walang buhay na hindi mahalaga sa mata ng Diyos. At yan po yung pinaglalaban po natin, na hindi po dapat gawing ginipig ang mga tao, hindi po dapat ipasang tabi ang buhay ng tao dahil lang siya ay mahirap or dahil siya ay hindi edukado. Ang bawat isa po sa atin ay mahalaga. At yun po yung gusto namin ipaalala sa lahat, na all of you matter, everyone matters. Hindi porket hindi tayo mayaman, hindi dahil hindi tayo politiko, na baliwala tayo, everyone matters. And so if every Filipino starts to believe that we matter, and we start demanding truth, we start demanding accountability, we start demanding the kind of government that every Filipino deserves, perhaps we will start changing our electoral system, we will start changing our governance system, we'll start changing the way Filipino society is run, if we start to believe that we deserve better. But to believe that we deserve better, we have to believe that we matter. Okay? And so ang bawat isa sa atin ay mahalaga, ang bawat isa sa atin ay may kakayahang baguhin ang tadhana ng ating bansa at ang tadhana ng mundo through the choices that we make. So no choice is too small. If you bring mindfulness to every decision that you make, and so some are life-changing, like pababakunahan ko ba yung anak ko? Pa-ooperahan ko ba yung asawa ko? Sometimes those things are so life-changing and we don't think about them. I encourage each one of you to start thinking about your choices and to make them mindfully. Kumbaga yung pangatawanan natin ang bawat choice natin. Choosing the food that we eat, choosing the medicines that we will take, choosing to vote for particular candidates, choosing to take a stand on certain issues. Let's be more mindful. At dalhin po natin ang enerhiya ng pagmamahal, ng malasakit, ng katarungan, ng katotohanan. If we start becoming more mindful and we start becoming more principled in our choices, we will be changing the energy of our choices and the energy of the results of our choices, And so if each one of us starts to act from a place of power, from a place of truth, from a place of compassion, believe me, magbabago po ang mga nakapaligid sa atin kasi nagbago tayo. Let's try to bring a new energy of hope, a new energy of courage to our interactions, no? And people may be inspired by you. 'Di ba? Yung inyong lakas loob, yung inyong tapang na ipapakita sa tao, you never know who you could inspire. 'Di ba? And we could set off a chain reaction because we are all interconnected. You know. And so, next slide, please. And so this is my last slide before I turn it back over to Super Sally. And I think baka Doc Marivic might be coming into the room. I encourage everyone na please let us choose wisely. Diba? Dadating po ang eleksyon, magkakaroon po ng bakunahan sa Lunes, diba? We have to make decisions about our health, about our work, about our advocacy. Sana po we can choose wisely. You know, and one of the fundamental choices is, are we going to despair na walang magagawa, na mananalo sila Bill Gates, na mananalo sila Tedros, ang WHO, ang UN? Tatanggapin na lang ba natin na AI is going to rule over us, you know? Diba? Or do we choose to believe that we can still make a difference? Diba? Do we choose to believe that we can change the future because it is not set in stone? Diba? And so my invitation sa inyong lahat is, let's choose to believe that we can make a difference, because we can make a difference. Knowing that we have the power over our destiny can be very, very empowering for everyone. You know, so remember that you are energy. The love that you radiate, you know, can be multiplied 1,000-fold, you know. And if every person on the planet, if every person in this broadcast listening starts to operate from a higher vibration of love, of hope, of truth, of justice, who knows what miracles we can work together, you know. And this is I think is the invitation of the worldwide movement for freedom, that we start creating a new world that is based on truth, on justice, on life, on love and hope, you know. And sana tayo ay maging liwanag sa pagitan ng madilim na mundo ngayon. At we all know this, it's always darkest before the dawn. It seems darkest pag palabas na yung araw. At maniwala po tayo, padating na po yung araw. Konti na lang po yung panahon ng kadiliman. Malapit na po matapos yun. Kumapit lang po tayo. But in the meantime, let's continue to shine our light and to be hope to the people around us who are still in darkness. So yun po yung invitation po for Lunas Pilipinas. Let's shine our light and let people know who we are because of how we love. Ayun. So, Super Sally, back to you.
I think this is wonderful. It's so important that we choose to be empowered, because we can make a difference. Absolutely. I mean, do not have any doubt. You know, the energy of despair and hopelessness will immobilize you. But when you step up and you're empowered, you will be brave, and you can make a difference in everything you do. And I would like to suggest that bravery is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. So, you know, practice being brave, practice reaching out, practice speaking out, practice saying no if you're not comfortable with something. You know, that could be as simple as you're in a restaurant and there's food you don't want, and someone says, oh, would you like this? And you were just going to say yes to be compliant and nice. Don't say yes. You know, say what you feel. Be true to yourself and speak your truth. And you will be respected for that. Speak it, you know, with conviction, and move that, expand that to all aspects of your life. And here's Doc Marivic. Doc, hello, we missed you.
Good to see you.
Hi, Super Sally. Hi, Attorney Tans. How are you guys?
Oh, we're awesome.
I know I haven't been joining lately. I'm going crazy. I'm telling you. You know,
only a few more days, then you can become sane again.
You know, I just want to invite everybody for the last time and give you a couple of feedbacks. And you know, one thing I'm thinking, probably I can do like a short live coverage next Saturday. So, just like what I did when I went to Geneva or I went everywhere.
Oh,
So
awesome.
to be part of the program. Pero sa mga sa mga kababayan natin, because some people were actually texting me this last few days. Sabi kong pwede pala silang mag-register to watch the event. Of course, you can. Ang gawin nyo na lang, pinadala ko na nga doon sa mga specific individuals who are inquiring about the event. May mga QR code, and it's very reasonable really to get in. I just cannot give it for free yet, but eventually I think down the road, I can give it for like have a free access. And we really have a good program. I think this is going to be a great event, and everybody is so excited, and a lot of people will be attending from here. And so yeah, I saw the number of people attending and the number of tickets we were able to sell. Marami po talaga. So, mga kababayan, maging excited kayo sa pag-attend nito, because it's kind of, we have international speaker, obviously Tess Lori and Dr. Christoph from Germany, and we have one from Canada, Dr. Trosi, and he was just in Japan. He represented everybody. Pumunta siya sa Japan kasi, to be there and actually protest against the launching of yung self-replicating and self-assembling mRNA. And I didn't listen to everything that you just discussed, but I'm pretty sure it's about the vaccine, and I agree with you 100%. I can feel the energy, the what you guys have been discussing. And Super Sally, really thank you for giving us all the information and taking over and giving the Filipino people about the dangers of vaccine. And we're talking not only about yung COVID po, kundi sa lahat ng bakuna. And I think a lot of people are liking what I post in Facebook. Yung isang nanay nagsalita, sabi niya, we want a divorce from the government, because she was saying, just imagine, by the time you get to 18, our kids, our children, gets to 18-year-old, it's like around 70 vaccines ang naibibigay na po, and then by the time they reach mga 26, and they're giving the vaccine, 6 vaccine at a time in one sitting. I mean, what do you expect? The recent case of this girl, Alexis Lawrence or something. She's she's from Florida, and she went to California to have a treatment of her autoimmune disease, and they would not treat her kung hindi daw bakunahan. Binigyan ng bakuna 3 beses, all at the same time. Yun ang nangyari. Sally, you remember the girl? She started having hematoma. She looks like an alien, and she's still fighting up to now. I think she's having heart attack, because the last time that I heard, she was transferred to the ICU because she was having chest pain. And then
she's doing better now. The latest news is she's doing better, but she's still got a long recovery ahead of her, at least another month in hospital.
Yeah, and what do you call this? She's having a heart attack because she's forming blood clots and whatever is, because she has some form of coagulopathy, yung pong namumuo yung dugo, and dumudugo siya. Kung hindi siya mamuo yung dugo, dumudugo. So hindi tumitigal. That's why marami siyang pasa dito. It's like the entire head and almost half of the face. Covered po siya ng Yeah. It's a shame. Yeah. If kung ako yung nanay niya, talagang I'm gonna sue them until the end of time. Ganyan. So, mag-ingat. That is one, I was emphasizing it on my post, that this kind of condition, you already have a pre-existing autoimmune disease, they should not receive any of this vaccine, especially mRNA vaccine. Mamatay kayo. Kung hindi kayo mamatay sa pagdurugo, mamamatay kayo sa pagbubuo ng mga dugo ninyo. And so, you have to be you have to question everything now. And I agreed to that mother that we don't want to co-parent with the government, that they are the one dictating what our children should receive. Kalokohan yan eh. Pero mo nire-report pa ang mga magulang kung di sila mag-comply or they're being kicked out of the pediatrician offices dahil hindi kung ayaw nila. And so you have to raise that awareness, and I think Super Sally, thank you, really. Thank you so much for giving the information to the public, to the Pinoys. And we love you so much for that, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, and isa pa, we were also, in the detox program, of course, the vaccine is also one of the major issues that we want to tackle. Kasi nga, nag-a-align po kami, the World Council for Health, at least Florida, but I was talking to Dr. Tess Lori, that we want to align with the Make America Healthy Again. And so, pag nangyari yon, it's just gonna be, I wrote it there in one of our banners, make the world healthy again.
100%, yes.
Yeah. It needs to be that. It's not just America. I mean, we're starting it here. We're being, loud, and it's good that RFK actually joined the, President Trump, to fight, and because that's the only way we can really get ahead. I think, ahead of the game and actually have a fighting chance na makaano tayo, makausog at magkaroon ng diferensya yung pinaggagawa natin. But wag na po kayong wag na kayong matakot. And the last, before I entered, I was listening to Sally, for you guys, reminding you not to be scared. And that's really very important, because that's how we got into so much trouble during the pandemic, kasi nagkaroon ng pandemic ng takot. It was a pandemic of fear first, and then when you're so afraid, anong nangyayari dyan? Gagawin mo lahat para lang ma-alleviate o maibsan yung pagkatakot ninyo. And, alam nyo yung takot, that energy, takot, galit, ano pa, yung parang frustration, cancer po yan, literally. If you're in the state of a mind or a state of emotion, the way that's how you feel, that's very bad for your immune system. It's going to ruin your immune system, and your ability to fight cancer will go down. O yung mismong energy niyo yun ang mag-cause ng cancer sa katawan ninyo. So, wag na kayong matakot. Lumaban tayo. That's what you have to do. You have to resist. You have to do not comply and continue fighting. And you have to remember, we're fighting for our life, and not just you're fighting for your life, you're fighting for your children, and obviously for the rest of humanity. So, imbitahin ko lang kayo ulit. So, it's gonna be, sa Sabado na, October 12. Masyado na kaming excited, di nyo lang alam. Naglalakad na ako para akong naka-tiptoe. Because, yes, Ali.
It's okay, go ahead, keep going, Doc.
Yeah, it's just the excitement, it's just the excitement. You guys visit it's on X, it's on Facebook, even though we kind of, dislike and we almost hate Facebook for what they're doing because of the censorship. At least it's a little bit open now. I can post certain things already, or a lot of things actually that they used to censor completely. But now they're still suppressing it, but more people are able to view kung ano yung pinopost namin, and that way, kahit na 100 lang makakita, and as long as everybody is actually sharing the information, then malaking tulong din po yun. So, again, sa Florida, dito po sa Amerika, magkaiba ang presyo, no? Special kasi ang Pinoy, kaya meron din special na fee. Sabi ko lang, I cannot give it for free right now. Unless you're here, I think we open the segment of the workshop and the exhibit hall. It's like public can access it. But really, I'm very excited because I have it in my heart that this event is going to make a difference in terms of, giving the information, raising awareness, and parang replay na mas malaki sa pinagsasabi natin dito sa Lunas, Pilipinas, CDCPH. So, after this event, babalik ulit ako. So, ano lang po, patawad na kasi ang oras ni Dr. Villa parang patingi-tingi. Yeah, we have to, I'm really amazed by the number of patients coming into my office. Sometimes I can't handle it anymore. Sometimes, okay? But I do my best. I keep on pushing because there are a lot of people needing help. So, yun lang po. Diyan yan ang QR code. And then, so for those people who are here in Florida or anywhere in the US, so use the QR code on the right side. And for Asia and the Philippines, that's on the left. So, yun lang. Isa pa pala, kasi si Attorney Tan nag-detect siya sa akin kagabi. Sabi niya, ano nangyari sa inyo? Buhay ba kayo dyan? Di ka na-apektuhan ng hurricane. The hurricane, maano po kami, mas swerte kami dito kasi yung mga storm, even in the past, pag nag-landfall dito sa area namin, for some reason talaga humihina na. Pero may mga area din sa Florida na talagang really they got affected like bad because up to now they don't have electricity, they don't have internet. But you know what? Florida is one of the states that we prepare, way ahead of time, several days before the storm comes. Parating sasalita si Governor DeSantis. And so, kind of nakukontrol po natin. Pero magdasal kayo para sa mga North Carolina, Tennessee, and they're not even telling you the actual number of deaths. Kadiri, no?
Grabe.
Ang dami po, talagang, I think several thousand, and they're only reporting a couple of hundreds. Kalokohan talaga. I don't know. They are avoiding it. Because pag nakita nyo, some people are reporting that a lot of people are missing. And makita mo talaga parang yung buong bayan na wala. Lahat ng bahay, wala. So why is this not coming out sa mainstream? So, padasal na lang sa inyo at saka sobra yung flood. And that's in North Carolina. Meron akong place sa North Carolina pero nasa taas ng bundok. So, hindi ko na-apektuhan. So, swerte na naman. But those people in certain areas, I don't even know the name of the town, but in North Carolina and as well as in Tennessee. Pati yung help ng gobyerno, mabagal po. They're really, I don't know, they're doing it on purpose. I think they're doing that not to sidetrack or not to remove na hindi mawala yung focus nila because
they're talking that in the mountainous region that was worst hit, that BlackRock has already bought the land there because they have massive lithium deposits, and they're saying this is a land grab similar to what happened in Hawaii. They're saying this was a natural storm, but was a natural storm, but they actually can move and direct the storm where they want it to go. So this sort of storm has not happened in the mountainous areas. Like there's people who've lived there their whole lives and they've never ever seen a storm like this. So it looks like this was an augmented storm event. Specifically targeted certain areas. And apparently that mountainous town that they're talking about, The government's already told people that they're not going to bury the people there. They're just claiming the land, and people have to leave.
Oh
Yeah.
my, grabe.
Yeah, it's all over X. You can see the news on X, and it's absolutely horrific. People who are going in with aid, like with trucks, they're having their tires slashed to stop them going in. The government is telling people who are trying to fly in aid that they will be arrested if they continue assisting other people. Yeah. So it's really bad. It's like Hawaii all over again.
Grabe.
Yeah, Sally. It's like there's one area, I don't know exactly, I forgot the name of the area in North Carolina, that area they have a specific, is it lithium or something, a mineral that's very rich, and then so they wipe that out. Nobody, it's really clean. Nothing. No houses that you can see now. They have a
It's
picture.
a place called Kings Mountain. It's a place called Kings Mountain, which has the world's largest lithium deposits. Why lithium?
Yeah.
Because lithium is key in the battery for electric vehicles.
Yeah.
And,
So it's we sound like conspiracy theorists, but no, it's not because
the town is Chimney Rock. The town that was affected, if you want to look it up on X, it's Chimney Rock, North Carolina. The town has been absolutely destroyed, and the government has stepped in and told the people there that they will not be allowed to go back to their houses, that they're already owned by the government. And they're not burying the dead. They're not burying the dead. They're just going to bulldoze the town.
Wow.
Yeah. And one of what was that? There was a guy who owns a business in cleaning up, right? They're not allowed to go in there.
Yeah.
Because they would help people.
Yeah, FEMA is blocking people from assisting.
Grabe.
Yeah.
And Biden already said that they've sent all the aid they're going to send. They're not sending any more. But how many billion did they send to Ukraine?
Too much. Too much.
Yeah, so yan po ang nangyayari dito, pero talaga pasalamat kami ng marami sa Diyos that my area talagang hindi po kami naapektuhan. I slept through the night. Nung paggising ko sa umaga, may 2 puno na natumba, and then lots of leaves. Actually, I have somebody right now in outside cleaning up, to cut the grass, to remove all the leaves. But okay po kami. And ano pa, yun ang pangalawa. Ano bang pangatlo? I just want to say talaga na, I'm really very proud of our group, Lunas Pilipinas CDCPH, because we continue to tell people, what about the vaccine. And may nagtatanong din pala, paano yan, doktora, kung hulihin kami? Hindi kayo huhulihin. Nananakot lang ng mga yon. Saan kayo ilalagay? But may lugar ba ang jail? Wala na. Anong ilalagay? Ang gawin nyo, balikan nyo dati yung mga dokumento na ang Juan Daquila, they have that because it's the same thing as the COVID. So you go back there, gamitin ninyo yun just in case, kasi hindi kayo dapat mapipilit. Wala po sa konstitusyon yun. Yan, si Atty. Tan, sabihin yan sa inyo, pinagdaanan na natin to. So, pag kayo sumunod uli, hindi na yun. Talagang ewan ko, hopeless na kayo. Ang dami na namin sinasabi, daldal kami ng daldal dito. So, paulit-ulit. So, huwag na kayong kasi pag sumunod kayo, gagawin uli nila yung ginawa nila ng COVID, at saka dyan nangyayari ang tyranny. You will create the tyrant because you comply and because you obey and because wala kang sinasabi. Ayun, ganun yun. Yun ang nangyayari doon. Nag-create kayo ng sarili nyong tyrant. Yung mga ito, pero alam nyo, pag nakita nyo sa totoong buhay, mga tao rin, hindi, taong may pagkademonyo. They're just like anybody else. Actually, takot na takot yan eh. They're feeding on how they make you really scared. But ang katotohanan, project niya yung kanilang sariling takot. Okay, I think yun lang po ang message ko ngayon. And I'm gonna try to have a live coverage during the event kung pwede. Ila-live ko para makita ninyo na ang daming ang daming tao. I think, but I've been working so hard on it. So, tingnan natin, okay?
Yeah, Doc Vic, I mean, it's like you start at 9 p.m. We can cover kahit the first hour or so, and that would be great. Diba?
Attorney Terms, actually, we open at 7 because the registration is at 7, between 7 a.m. until 8:45, and then 8:45 start kami, yung host nandun na sa stage, and the first speaker will be talking at exactly 9 o'clock. I hope I can, keep the time like that. Kasi 8 po yung aming, mga speakers. So that's all I have to say. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for continuing to join us like every Saturday, and for continuing to, to follow. And mahal po namin kayong lahat. Out of pagmamahal, kaya tuloy-tuloy kami, okay? And Sally, Super Sally, babe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You know what we're going to do tonight, Doc? After this, we're signing off, and we're going to play Vax 3.
Oh, really?
It's still running.
Yeah.
Going to
Okay.
broadcast.
Oh, really? Okay. 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 I have a meeting after this. I'm going to have a meeting with the Children's Health Defense in Florida because they are involved with that. Okay, guys, and thank you so much for today. Yeah. Love you.
Love you.
Okay.
See you next week in person.
Yeah. See you when I cover. Okay. Bye. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Okay, that was really nice that Doc Vic came in.
Yeah, super nice.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we're gonna say goodnight, and then we're gonna let the Vax 3 run. It's currently live for those who want it.
Yeah. So how long does it run?
It's 2 hours, just under 2 hours.
Okay.
For those who are brave enough to keep watching, but the free replay, I think it's still running. I think they're running it for 24 hours. They said they give links, so they're trying to get this out to as many people as they possibly can. And it started showing at 7 a.m. this morning.
So we'll be able to start from the beginning naman when
I think
we
so.
air.
Yeah.
All right.
But if they stop running it at midnight or something, well, then it won't be a complete, and people would have to sign up and try and get to watch it via Children's Health Defense.
Sige. Well, let's hope that we're able to air the whole thing, and I'll just do a quick run through of the other areas that are represented tonight. Okay, so to our viewers from Calamba, Laguna, Bulacan, Cagayan Valley, Legazpi City, Albay, Negros Occidental, Nueva Vizcaya, Camsur, Camarines Sur, Bicol, Bacoor, Cavite, Dapitan City, home of Jose Rizal for 4 years when he was in exile, Jensan, Isabela, Tangub City, Misamis Occidental, Aklan, and our international viewers from Hong Kong and Australia, and everyone else was mentioned. Thank you so much for joining us for our October 5 broadcast. It's been wonderful having you. Thank you for all your comments. And please, we hope that you will stay on for the airing of Vax 3. Okay, so Super Sally, let's say our goodbyes.
I'm muted again because my daughter walked past. Okay, so have a wonderful week to everybody. Be brave, stand up, and stay positive, because we are going to win. We're going to win, and when we are empowered, we're going to bring a lot of positive energy to what needs to be done.
Yes, and as mentioned, we are all beings of light. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. Ang pinagdadaanan po natin ngayon is meant to help humanity move to a higher level of consciousness. So wag po kayo matakot. You are angels in human form. Hold the light. Continue to share your love with everyone. And please continue being an inspiration. And take heart in the fact that, God is with us. And as they say, if God is for us, who can be against us? And trust that we will win. The light is winning, and it's just a matter of time. When everyone comes to the light, everyone comes back to God.
Yeah. And you know what? We were all born and we're all going to die. And what matters is what we do in between. And that's what we're doing now. So let's make it a good one. Let's put up our best fight. Let's love ferociously. Let's fight for what we believe in. And let's keep moving forward. One step after each other every day.
Amen. We love you, everyone. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Let's go. Let's go, Francis.
Okay.
Okay. Here we
All
go.
right.
Please enjoy. Please enjoy.
Friends star Jennifer Aniston is cutting ties with people in her life who are unvaccinated.
We have to stop coddling the morons who will not get the shot.
When are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country and just say, it's mandatory to get vaccinated? F them, f their freedom. I want my freedom to live.
They are all snowflakes. and cowards and idiots and losers.
I just want to say to all of you cowards out there, don't be such a chicken squat.
If you're willing to walk among us unvaccinated, you are an enemy.
The persecution worked. And people that I knew that I thought would never get a vaccine ended up getting a COVID shot.
For those of us who got the vaccine, we know, look, now I can stand here with my mask off and have this conversation with you.
A vaccinated person gets exposed to the virus.
Vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick.
We get to herd immunity from a vaccine.
The virus does not infect them. The virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere else.
That's how you get to herd immunity, not by letting everybody get infected.
People are believing the information that they're being fed. They're not questioning it. They're trusting the sources, where it's coming from. And those sources are not to be trusted. And, prior to COVID, I trusted those sources.
It's a shorter list to tell you what was true than, to tell you about all the lies. Everything was a lie about the vaccine, about the masks, about the tests, about the lockdowns, about school closures, about the safety, about the efficacy.
The government was lying. The media was lying. And they're still lying.
They're telling us the unvaccinated are dying in hospital. They're telling us the unvaccinated are spreading this disease.
Everything we were told was a lie.
There were so many lies during COVID. It was just wave after wave after wave.
All these things that don't add up. So there's only one thing left for us to do. We need to get a bus and get back out on the road and find out for ourselves what is going on. Because only the people will tell us the truth. We knew that from the last bus. So it was time to get back out again. So on the first bus, we started to sign the names. We were honouring the people that had been injured or killed by vaccinations. And these were approved vaccinations on the first tour. So it would sign the names on the bus and it would fill the bus up.
I think that bus had been incredibly important in uncovering the extent of vaccine injury.
So we went to Children's Health Defence and said, we need a bus. And they said yes.
See the bus for the first time? There it is.
There she is.
And thank God for Children's Health Defence because they managed to fund the bus and we were able to get out on the road. I must add, in much more style than the last bus.
Are we live? Excellent. We're live here in Houston, Texas, with a huge announcement. It's a long-awaited, so much hard work behind the scenes to make this happen. So we here at Children's Health Defence are going to go back out on the road from September. We are going to push on through and speak to every single one of you. What have you been through? We are Children's Health Defence. What have your children been through COVID, through all of the issues that we've had over these last few years? We want to hear all of your stories. So the first thing we did was we turned up, had an event, and it wasn't the beginning of the tour. It was just a little surprise visit. We are live at a secret location. I cannot tell you where we are. There were droves of vaccine injured. So that's when I was thinking, okay, we really are going to go out there and hear just tons of COVID or vaccination injuries and death. You are now going to see who is going to be our number one. Come on in. Tell everyone who you are.
My name is Ernest Ramirez. I'm the father of Ernesto Ramirez Jr., and I'm honored to be here with you, Polly.
We're thrilled. Children's Health Defence unanimously shows you your bravery, the way you speak out about your son. Tell everybody briefly, we do know your story, but there may be some watching that do not. What happened to your son?
Well, being a single parent, I was concerned with the COVID, and they lied to us, said it was safe and effective. So we went to get the vaccine, and 5 days later, after his first dose of Pfizer, he died suddenly. He just collapsed. And the government denies it. Everyone, no one wants to, admit to the wrongdoing. And I mean, it just, I was upset. I got suicidal. The good Lord put me in this path to try to protect other children. So I do this to honor my son. And I know he'd want me to protect other kids. That's every reason I do this. We have to protect one another.
Yes, we do. Would you sign your son's name as number one, please, on the Children's Health Defence bus?
We filled it up quite a few, I don't know how many, 20, 25, just from that small visit of COVID deaths and injuries. We went back, we got the bus ready, and we were ready to go. We set the tour, we had it all figured out where we were going to go, and we officially launched.
So everybody, we will be live on chd.tv. Sign up for the bus alerts, and we'll be going live tomorrow with stories. We're on the road. We're going out. All right.
Yeah.
They said it was safe and effective and necessary, and it was none of those three really, as we're finding out now.
So after you get the shot, you're told to go wait in a chair for about 20 minutes.
The lady's like, Natalie, you're free to go. And I was like, no. I said, no, I'm not. I was like, my heart rate is, sorry.
Within 15 minutes, I noticed that I was starting to slur my words.
40 minutes after I took that shot, I felt like I was on fire inside.
Like fire from within.
Like my skin was on fire from head down to my toes.
Kind of if somebody's pricking you with little knives all over your body at the same time.
My knees started buckling.
I couldn't stand up. I fell to the ground and I went unresponsive.
I was on the floor convulsing.
Within 3 hours, I was in the hospital. My left side just drooped.
You could see my whole left side of my face would droop. I still can't smile.
And then I started having a seizure.
Have you ever had seizures before?
No, I'm previously healthy.
My blood sugar was over 1,400. My organs were failing. They told my husband I wasn't going to make it. You know, they were like, how long has she been diabetic? And he's like, never. Like, she's not a diabetic.
My throat is tingling and I'm covered in hives. She says we can't give her intravenous Benadryl. We can't give her intravenous steroids because it will stop the vaccine from working.
Well, I asked him, well, should I get the next one? He said, yeah, either that or die from COVID. You got to be kidding me. I just had a stroke.
That following morning, I had the worst, most irritable pounding in my head. Like, bah, bah, bah.
Shaky, weak, uneasy, shortness of breath, random chest pain.
My memory was shot. Short-term memory, long-term memory.
A couple of days later, I had tremors in all 4 of my limbs.
My talking was just all crazy. I was very disoriented and dizzy. Come to find out, they think it was a mini stroke.
And then from that day on, so this is a week, 7 days after my vaccine, I was having 3 or 4 seizures every single day.
I was getting hospitalized like every other week because of my chest pains.
I left there 9 days after being admitted with a non-working pancreas, on steroids, on beta blockers.
Chronic inflammation, demyelation, polyneuropathy. I have tinnitus, heart palpitations, tremors.
Tremors, you know, my chest was burning, dizziness. I had Guillain-Barré, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, pericarditis.
Myocarditis.
Myocarditis. It's a inflammation and damage of the heart muscle known as myocardium. This inflammation can reduce my heart's ability to pump blood. It can also cause chest pain, shortness of breath, and rapid or regular heart rhythms, which fits perfectly with what I was experiencing back in California and even now.
It was just crazy, the craziest symptoms. During my menstrual cycle, I have huge clots that I've never had before.
A long blood clot in my sinuses.
This is the bottom of my lung that is filled with blood. That's the day. Yeah. Every time that I see a specialist or see someone new in the health or medical field that acts as if they're trying to help me and figure this out, they just push me off to the next person. And I've already reclotted once.
Those are my eyes. This is a huge
tumor about
huge,
the size of a softball behind my eye. They said it was the most aggressive cancer that they've seen, but got bounced around from hospital to hospital because nobody ever seen this type of tumor before. It's usually found in little kids and also dogs post-rabies vaccinations.
Interferon is one of the most important chemicals that many of our cells make. There's a type 1 interferon, and this particular spike protein from this virus decreases that interferon, which when that spike protein is present, those cells suppress that interferon, and now it can't recruit your other immune cells to fight off important things like cancer.
I'm David Rasnick.
And what are your qualifications?
I have a PhD in chemistry, and I've worked in the pharmaceutical biotech industry for 20 years. And I've worked since then over 20 years in cancer research. Normal cancers prior to a couple of years ago, for as long as we've known about cancers, are slow. It takes to develop. Blood cancers, typically a few years for blood cancers, and decades for solid tumors like colon cancer, breast cancer, and things like that. These mRNA and DNA vaccines, these genetic injections, are devastating the immune system. We know that's happening already, but now we're seeing a consequence of that devastated immune system. It's an acceleration of tumors that were probably already in you to begin with, were benign, probably go away on their own. You'd never know you had it. But once your immune system is really, really depressed, now these things can develop rapidly.
Not only that, but the spike protein itself binds to certain families of genes in our body that suppress cancers. It's a whole family of genes called P53. And there are several studies showing that this spike protein can bind to that tumor suppressor family, and then that tumor suppressor family can't function properly, which allows cancers to take off.
We're destroying their immune systems to the point where they can't resist the cancer, and the cancer cells are now growing like they are in cell culture. They don't have anything impeding their ability to proliferate.
I reported to VAERS right away in May. And again, it feels like you're just a number, and it's just a data collection. It's not even a follow-up to, see if you're okay. They get to judge. They get to judge whether or not this is my new normal, and this is what I have to fight every day.
This is better than what I was before.
She was in the bed for basically a year before she could actually talk and be present, because it was so bad. I mean, she would have anywhere from 15 to 30 mini seizures throughout the day.
Yeah, starting to go into one.
Are you having an episode right now?
Of course, yeah.
Do you need me to stop filming?
Nah, yeah, I'm okay. I'll be all right. What else am I supposed to do?
I know.
So this is the life that I have now. I can't even have my grandbabies. Babysit my grandbabies. Sorry.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. Just flaccid.
No, his head is sonic. I can't push it back. And
this is Tumor.
So this is not a quality of life. It's when you start thinking, okay, how do I end my life?
Life's different. We're fortunate, blessed that Tim is alive and, doing as good as he's doing today. And they credit that really. All of the doctors had one thing they agreed on, and that's because he was in such good health before he had the shots.
I went from, squatting with a bar and 45s on each side and playing college softball to my physical therapy was me sitting on a table trying to lift my leg up.
I spent 31 months sitting in an infusion center getting IVIG, that's intravenous immunoglobulins, just where I can do my everyday living.
My life will never be the same ever again. It took driving away. I'm a professional photographer, and that creative niche in my brain still doesn't function at all.
I just want to find someone that will help me get well and try to live the best life that I can with my family and my children.
And this is about your sister.
It is about my sister.
Okay, tell us what happens. Take us back to when this
And
occurred.
unfortunately, the story is really short. That's it. She takes the shot. 10 days later, she's dead. Her daughter got her heart starting. This is the hard part. And the EMTs came. They put her in the ambulance. I believe they had to start her heart again. They took her to the hospital and they diagnosed a brain aneurysm. The reason I'm here, she can't speak for herself, and it has to stop. It has to stop. These things have to be off the market because they are dangerous. And you know what? Michael's one of the lucky ones because she's not suffering like a lot of other people are from these vaccinations.
One Moderna.
One Moderna.
My son, Victor Samoes, he was killed by the Pfizer vaccine. He only took one shot. He took it on April 20th, 2021. And on the morning of the 16th day, he passed away suddenly. He had been feeling chest pains in the morning, around 1 o'clock in the morning, and he called 911. He had a jaw pain. He also had a racing heartbeat. He called 911. The medics arrived. He went downstairs from his apartment where he was living in Seattle, and he was sitting on the bench. They started taking his blood pressure. His girlfriend arrived. He says, "This is my girlfriend," and he collapsed. He became unresponsive. The medics worked on him. They took him to the ER, and he passed away. So now we are a bereaved family. We are lost without our son. We'll never be the same. Our lives are gray. They'll never be bright again. I cry every day. My husband goes to the cemetery every day. These are, people don't realize, you lose a family member, oh, move on. You don't move on.
This is my stepbrother, Robert Weeks Jr. He received a shot for COVID on Friday. And
his first shot?
His first shot. And was found dead on Sunday.
6 or 8, 9 months before he had the J&J vax. They said, but you have to be boosted. Went to the nearby pharmacy, and all they had was the Pfizer booster. He took it on that day. He had a blood clot to the lung and died instantly.
She didn't feel well at all after the booster. And about 2 days after her booster, she collapsed. Her legs were completely paralyzed. She had no feeling in her legs. And she was even incontinent. She fell on the floor and they found her face down in her own urine and feces, almost dead. I mean, she barely had a pulse. I said to the doctor, I'm begging you, please give her a chance. She had a port that went directly to her heart, and it developed an infection, and she died.
My wife has passed away, and the doctors attributed her passing away to getting the vaccine. She started having heart problems. Her blood pressure kept dropping every time she would stand up. They put a pacemaker in her thinking it was her heart, but it wasn't. And everything was fine before we got the shots. Moderna.
And did you take two?
Moderna. And here I am. This is the 4th time I've had COVID, and I got both the shots, no boosters, but both of the shots as well. Why did I get the COVID 4 times if I got something that's supposed to stop it? So much for working. It may kill us, but it's not helping to keep the virus out of us.
I'm pretty sure the only person that can call someone home is the Lord. And these people are playing a role of God right now and taking lives, and you cannot do that. The benefit didn't outweigh anything. You can't, pick and choose, who should live, who should die, when the side effects are severe and deadly. 1,200 people died from the trial. Nobody knew.
Nobody still knows about it, and justice has to be served. My husband can't go down as a statistic on a medical journal somewhere. He deserves far more. The ill that are vaccine injured deserve far more than the people that lost their lives.
That's right. Deserve more.
I have really good news. Today, our nation has achieved a medical miracle. We have delivered a safe and effective vaccine in just 9 months. This is one of the greatest scientific accomplishments in history.
The vaccines, let me say it again, are safe. They are safe. And they are free. And they are effective. And it is that simple.
The pandemic may have begun in China, but we are ending it right here in America.
People are literally being mind controlled with very sophisticated technology and subliminal programming and media persuasion, where people they really like and admire are absolutely encouraging them to do something. And they can't fathom that it could be dangerous. They just can't believe that the government would lie in a way that would kill millions of people or disable millions of people. They can't fathom that.
If you hadn't been vaccine injured, or you didn't have a loved one and you understood that they were vaccine injured, you didn't know about how dangerous vaccines could be, right? Remember that for 100 years, the American public has been inculcated with these ideas: vaccines are safe and effective, vaccines are safe and effective, vaccines are safe and effective. And the information about vaccine injury had been censored for a long time. Most Americans and most people around the world would have had no idea that if you got a vaccine, you could become paralyzed, you could have a stroke, you could have a neurodegenerative injury, you could die. Most people would not enter into their consciousness that it could be that severe.
I'm Claire Dooley. I'm 24 years old, and I'm the videographer on the Children's Health Defense Bus.
Hi, my name is Caroline McGrady, and I am the outside manager for the Children's Health Defense Bus.
I was expecting a lot of COVID vaccine injuries, I think, but what I didn't expect was the hospital protocol deaths. I remember the first week I came on the bus, I was just sitting there in shock.
At first, when we were listening to these stories, it was easy to isolate it to the specific hospital. But once we kept traveling and hearing the same exact story, we were absolutely shocked. And it wasn't just one, it was all. Like, all of the hospitals were doing the exact same thing.
They all came on, they all told the same exact story, and all these commonalities started rising out of it. But whenever one person after the next, after the next, after the next comes in and says the same exact thing, you really start wondering, did these people really die of COVID?
You're doing a great job, Grace. Grace had Down syndrome, as you know, and she could do everything. She could public speak. She played violin. She could read, write. There's nothing she couldn't do. Oh, you're doing great. I taught her how to drive a car. She deer hunted with me.
This car.
What happened that Grace ended up even going to hospital in the first place?
Yeah, that's maybe the most important question. What happened is on the morning of October 6th, Grace's oxygen saturation dropped to 88%. And we perceived that as an emergency because the protocol said if that number drops below 94%, admit yourself to the hospital.
Did she look like she needed to go to hospital?
No, she had a cold. Emergency room physician said, well, I think as a preventative, let's just check Grace into the hospital for 3-4 days, put her on oxygen and a steroid, and get her home. And I thought, well, that makes sense. We got into the room shortly after midnight on October 7th. The first day was just a blast. I had a fun day with my best buddy. She was a blessing, Polly. She was a special kid. Now that we have the records, we see that a anesthesia drug called Precedex was started on the 9th. I'm the healthcare power of attorney. Why wasn't I told what they're doing? Precedex is supposed to only be used We're doing. Precedex is supposed to only be used for 3-4 hours for anesthesia for surgery. And the package insert for that med says that if you use it for more than 24 hours, it causes acute respiratory failure. And if you look at Grace's death certificate, go all the way to October 13th, and their death certificate says first cause of death, acute respiratory failure with hypoxemia. So it's a cause and effect for using Precedex for more than 24 hours. She was on Precedex from October 9th through 6:37 p.m. the day of her death. That's 5 full days.
I'm a medical coder.
And what does that mean?
You look at medical records, every kind of medical record, all the diagnostics. You take that information and you put it into a code, which goes to insurance. And that's how hospitals and physicians get paid. So if I do my job right, then the physician and the hospital make the most money and they don't get sued for fraud.
I worked the ER during the start and height of COVID. I would hear patients come in if they'd have COVID. They weren't sick enough to be admitted, but sick enough to get maybe some treatment. I knew doctors were doing steroids occasionally just to help with some of the respiratory and coughing. But I would hear doctors say, sorry, there's no treatment. There's nothing we can do for you.
By probably August or September, we started to see the waves of patients coming in with this respiratory illness. Even then, because I think the hospitals were trying to avoid overcrowding the system, that we were not admitting patients like we should have. And so I think that was kind of the first look into how we could have done things differently, because these patients still had respiratory symptoms, but they were not severe enough. So they were being sent home and told to come back when symptoms got worse or they weren't unable to breathe.
What was happening in the hospital was we stopped treating people. We essentially told everyone to stay home, right? And not come into the hospital.
And then within the next, so many days of patients being sent back home, they were coming back to the hospital system in such bad shape. The ones that were coming through the door were immediately, put on a ventilator, different protocols were being utilized. And we started to notice very quickly that the success rate of these patients getting better was next to zero.
Did he have one of those things on his finger to test the oxygen level?
He did, yes. Yeah, our primary care doctor told him that if it gets below 88 to go into the emergency room for supplemental oxygen.
So the big difference came in that my husband's pulse ox dropped really low.
They took his vitals and his oxygen was 91 and they told us that we need to go to the hospital.
His oxygen was like in the 80s. So I was like, okay, now I panicked.
She didn't want to go to a hospital. But like so many other people, we didn't know what else to do. We were following the guidelines at the time as far as when your oxygen reaches a certain point, you should go in.
I didn't know, and no one told us that he could have just had oxygen at the house.
He was having slight chest tightness.
If you can't breathe, go to the hospital. That was all they told him. He wasn't improving, and it got low enough to the point that we needed to go to the hospital.
And on the 7th, I finally said, I think that we need to go to the hospital. And this was a hospital that we had doctored at for 30 years. We had our babies there.
Let's get you to the hospital. Let's nip this in the bud. Let's get better. We can come home.
And the doctor literally that was treating him said, stay out of the hospital because they're killing people.
So I was on the phone with my daughter at the time. She was in Savannah, Georgia. And she said, Mother, you've got to call 911. And my husband is hearing us talk. And he said, no, don't call 911. If they take me to the hospital, they will kill me. And so I made the worst decision of my entire life. I called 911.
The last time I saw her was 5 days after that appointment with the doctor. And when she was heading out the driveway, I could see her face through the back window, lying on the gurney. As they were headed to the hospital, they wouldn't let me go with her.
And I met her at the ambulance bay back by the ER. I never thought that was going to be the last day that I saw her.
I called and said, when, can I come and see you? No, you can't even come to the hospital at all.
Did you get to see your son at any point at all? Not at all.
They didn't allow us in the hospital because they said of COVID, but when he passed, they let us in the hospital with all the COVID patients.
At the time, the hospital, of course, wasn't allowing anybody in as support or to advocate for her.
Okay, well, we need to go ahead and admit him. You have to leave. I said, I want to bring my kids in. We'll wait in the lobby or whatever. No, you have to leave. We're going to admit him.
So I'm all alone. I have no advocate, no family. And that is unbelievable to be in a hospital like that situation.
Yeah, and you wouldn't let to have anyone there.
And you might be sleeping, you're feverish, you're weak. It's just a very scary time.
We were so quick to put him in that we didn't hug him or kiss him.
I should have been somebody should have been allowed to be with him, at all times.
They told me, you can't see me longer, tell him bye. And I ran out to the parking lot and cried for about an hour because I'm thinking, it's the last time I'm seeing him.
We never were allowed to see her. We didn't get to say goodbye. We didn't get to be part of her care.
I said, well, I'm his healthcare advocate and he needs me with him. And they said, well, you can't go back. You have to get out of here. It's the COVID ER. And he has COVID. I said, well, I live with him. And then they said, get out of this hospital. If you don't get out of this hospital, we're going to call the police and have you taken to jail.
He was transferred to the COVID ward and I was told there was no visitation and I never saw him again.
Taking care, of a lot of patients coming in, I saw a lot of isolation. A lot of people really, truly did not know what was going on with their families.
For the patients, they're being told that they're not allowed to have any support people in the hospital with them. So they're facing surgeries, they're facing procedures all alone. And they don't know what that outcome is going to be, and they don't have anybody to advocate for them.
I didn't notice right away the harm of these protocols until I had to tell family members that they couldn't come to the bedside of their dying loved ones. That, to me, was a crime against humanity and a violation of my oath that I knew right away should not have been happening. We isolate people in prison. We put them in the brig when they've done something wrong to torture them. And that's what I felt like I was being forced to do when I had to tell my patients' family members when they couldn't come into the hospital to be near their dying loved ones.
Nobody contacted us for a while.
We kept trying to call, to call.
My one sister's the only vaccinated one, and they would only talk to her because they didn't say this, but she was the vaccinated one. On the healthcare proxy, they had my information and they wouldn't communicate with me. They were just going through my mother and my sister.
He asked to talk to his wife. The nurse said, I'll have her call you. She called back in 2 seconds and they said, he can't talk. He doesn't want to talk.
And so for about 10 days, he went without any word from his family at all.
Let me have my phone back. I need to text my family. And so I text my husband, oh my God, they've come in to put me to sleep and on the ventilator. And I could tell I had no choice. I don't know how I could tell, but I could tell. And I couldn't swing my legs out of the bed and get out of there, to be honest. I don't think I could have by then. So I told my family, please find out, please pray for me. I love you all. And so I said, can I wait for a reply? Because she grabbed my phone again. I mean, she was adamant about getting this phone out of my hands and getting it in the closet in my purse. And she said, no, there's no time. So she takes my phone and she turns it off because I saw that emergency, like when you swipe it off. And she put it in the closet.
They hadn't given her water all day or food. She was like, water, I need water. She kept repeating that and they refused to give it to her.
Oh, no, she's not going to get water. Well, what do you mean, no, she's not going to get water? No, she's not going to get water. That is the protocol.
Why was she not allowed water?
Well, they said it was the protocol. They said that it was because she had COVID, that COVID patients don't do well with fluids.
She was in a hospital for 10 days. She was never fed. She was never bathed. She was never turned.
Yeah. On the 10th day, they decided to try to feed her.
Well, then Mikey, his son, took him some lunch, probably around noon, some food. And he said what she brought him for breakfast was still sitting on the security guard's desk downstairs.
He was hungry. He was thirsty. He was texting his wife he was hungry. He was thirsty. They did not care.
They stopped food 5 days before the event because they know that what they were going to do. I don't know if they fed him.
He wasn't fed. He received no nutrition. The only fluids he was getting was through an IV.
She wasn't getting water. She wasn't getting food because
I would beg them for water every day.
We didn't know. We brought her for care, and she was murdered. You can't survive on 13 and a half cups of water in 11 days. It's not possible.
The ones that are still able to text their loved ones are asking for water. I need water. Isn't that one of the first things you do when someone's sick, is hydrate them?
And then at some point, okay, we're going to give her something just to calm her down. She has pain. So they suggested morphine, and I thought, oh, morphine. So then my sister says it's okay, it's for pain. So, okay, it's for pain. But she said, but we all know, look out and watch out if they try to give it too frequently. And then if they increase the dosage, then there's a problem and an indication that they're trying to expedite the patient's death. So
she's a hospice nurse.
Yes.
Lorazepam, which is a benzo, fentanyl, which is an opiate, propofol.
They administered fentanyl, and the amount of drugs that were being pumped into his body, I knew.
We found out after his death that he was given tons of antipsychotic medication. While he was in there, he was on medication that sedated him. None of this was asked to us as his family.
Fentanyl, morphine. He was literally on Precedex when I look in the medical records. You're only supposed to be on that for 24 hours. He was on it, I believe, his entire stay.
70 different medications that I counted.
30 different other drugs in 13 days.
And then he would get anxiety. Well, why did he get anxiety? Because you just told him he's probably going to die. So they use that as an excuse then to get them Ativan and other anxiety drugs.
Fentanyl, they hit him on propofol.
Had him on fentanyl, propofol. He was on sedatives, paralytics, and he was pretty much like that for 9 days. He was sedated. They gave him Ativan a few hours before they ventilated him, and that's around the time he got the Ativan is where in his records that he has notes that they were saying he's unaware of the risks to be intubated. So I don't know how you can have informed consent if you're drugged.
And so then I told her I wanted him to have ivermectin. I wanted them to do the FLCCC protocol. And she said, I don't know what that is, but we don't do it. And I said, what do you do? And she said, well, we give remdesivir. And I said, well, do not give it to my husband. And she said, why not? And I said, because it kills people.
My mom was murdered by the hospital COVID protocols in 2021. I took her to the hospital, and from that point on, they just unleashed a series of protocols and gave her remdesivir against her will and did all kinds of things against her will. So the whole time I was fighting to get in to save my mother because I am a nurse and I am completely capable of saving her. And they would not let me in. They insisted that it's our policy, you can't come in.
For doctors and nurses on the front lines, a new weapon in the fight against COVID-19. An antiviral medication proven effective in clinical trials. Dr. Fauci announced the breakthrough at the White House.
The data shows that remdesivir has a clear-cut, significant, positive effect in diminishing the time to recovery. This is really quite important.
When I dropped her off, I said, make sure you tell them not to give you remdesivir and that you just need oxygen. So when she got to the hospital, they put 2 liters of oxygen on her on just a simple nasal cannula, and her sats went up to like 95%. So I was like, okay, she's going to be fine. She just needs oxygen. She'll be there a couple days and then she'll be better and she'll come home. They gave her remdesivir at 2 a.m. that first night that she was there. And then I didn't know about it and she didn't know about it. And then 4 days go by, she keeps getting remdesivir and neither one of us know about it. And then on day 4 is when she completely declined. And when I called that night, I said, what are you giving her? They named off all these medications and then they said remdesivir. And I said, why are you giving that to her? She told you not to give that to her. And they said, well, it's our protocol. My heart sank. I knew at that point my mom was going to die. And so if they had just given her oxygen, like she said in the beginning, she would still be here.
The combination of remdesivir and being intubated, definitely. I mean, we're talking about
sedatives.
And sedatives, setting them up. These patients many of them were intubated and put on remdesivir. They developed kidney failure from the remdesivir fairly quickly. And, 80% of these patients never made it home.
After a few doses, it'll
cause kidney failure and liver failure, and you fill up with fluid, and then you're sentenced to a respirator, and then you end up in the morgue most of the time.
And they said to my husband, the only hope is remdesivir and a vent. And I was like, no, that's not happening. I said, you gave me a terminal diagnosis. I would like the right to try ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and budesonide. And I want my priest to be allowed to come in here to give me my final sacraments. No to both. And they said, I will let your priest come in if you agree to remdesivir.
So he negotiated.
And I said, get the priest in quick. Get the priest in very quick. He came the next day with first thing, and gave me my sacraments. He blessed the room.
And I knew that if she got the spiritual uplift from that it would give her the strength to move forward no matter what happened.
Did they give you more remdesivir then?
Just the one dose. I never feared dying of COVID. I feared being murdered in the hospital at that point.
They gave him remdesivir, but not just 5 days. They gave him 10 days worth of remdesivir, even though he had no kidney issues.
I found out what he was on. They said remdesivir. I said, take him off immediately. That doctor promised me that he took my son off that medicine until the last day. And then he said that his kidneys were closing down. And I said, I thought you took him off. And he said he was on the full dose.
A few days later, they started telling me that they're watching his kidneys closely. And I was like, well, why are we watching his kidneys? You know, he didn't go in with any kidney problems. Did you give him remdesivir? And they wouldn't answer me.
We started prescribing it. And the hospital had a protocol about remdesivir. They knew that it caused kidney damage.
We had a dialysis machine running all the time in the ICU because of the renal failure. People would come in with normal kidneys and then end up in renal failure. That could have been remdesivir, it could have been renal injury from dehydration and lots of things, but protocols, it looked like protocols because it was so consistent. It was consistently happening.
We had several new dialysis patients admitted to our clinic who had been hospitalized with COVID. And they were told in the hospital that COVID had shut down their kidneys. But by that time, I was pretty savvy and I knew what was happening. They were getting remdesivir, the drug that some nurses call run, death is near, and that was shutting down their kidneys.
COVID itself is not a kidney disease, but remdesivir causes kidney failure. In animal trials, a third of animals receiving remdesivir had kidney failure and then organ failure.
My patients seemed to decline after remdesivir, especially after more than 2 doses.
They all ended up with kidney failure within a few days.
Were you with her when she died?
In the last 15 minutes. They finally let me in the last 15 minutes. My mom was beautiful. She was 6 feet tall. She was about 180 pounds, redhead, curly hair, vibrant. And then when I got there, she had been completely stripped of all her dignity. Her hair was matted. She was laying in her mess. If I had been there with her, I would have taken care of all of that. I would have stayed with her in the hospital the entire time.
In viral illnesses, you want to start an antiviral as soon as possible upon first symptoms, within the first day or 2 or 3. We knew that people who entered the hospital, typically around day 7 or 8, there was this viral replicative phase, and then there was this inflammatory phase that ensued.
Think of it. Most people got to the hospital usually day 7 to 8 in their disease. That's when the virus has essentially stopped replicating.
And I'd been taught in my undergrad, my bachelor's degree program for nursing, that you do not administer an antiviral more than 24 to 48 hours post-symptom onset for a viral infection. This medication was being given to patients who were hospitalized with COVID, usually not until between 10 and 12 days post-symptom onset.
So it had no rational, logical sense to use a very expensive, somewhat toxic intravenous medicine for days at a time when there's no live virus, when it's an inflammatory condition. So just based on logic, it made no sense.
We have evidence showing that the administration of antivirals more than 2 days post-symptom onset causes more harm than good. The risk-benefit analysis does not correlate.
The moment she went in, they started her on remdesivir in the emergency room.
I had written, even before we went in, like, get oxygen, get vitamin C, get all of these different protocols, get steroids, get antibiotics, whatever you need. But no remdesivir, no intubation. And that was the very protocol that they wanted to do.
This is our policy and our protocol, and this is the medicine that works the best.
They immediately put him on remdesivir. And as soon as they put him on that, everything started to go downhill.
They gave me an IV dose of remdesivir every day for 5 days. I got sicker and weaker and sicker and weaker.
As soon as he gets remdesivir, within 24 hours, everything starts plummeting.
The page of his medical shows that he got 2 doses of remdesivir and 2 doses of percinative, the generic for remdesivir, in 1 day. So technically 4 doses in 1 day and 2 more the next.
And all his symptoms
he needed oxygen. That's all he needed, oxygen.
Quote, he texted me this. They have to figure out a reason to keep me because his oxygen was okay. His numbers were okay. And the reason was remdesivir.
This was an experimental use product. And I knew that each one of those doses was over $3,000.
Are COVID patients worth more to hospitals when it comes to money? According to Section 3710 of the CARES Act, hospitals are reimbursed by the government an extra 20% for each hospitalized Medicare patient.
So they're incentivizing hospitals to use toxic drugs which kill patients.
There was a huge financial gain for the hospitals when these patients would die early into the treatment, and they were dying within a day or two of being on these protocols. But you know what? The hospital got their money already up front because I authorized that with the insurance companies for the hospital to get paid.
Any patient that was admitted that had a COVID diagnosis, they got a 20% bonus for that. If they were put on remdesivir, that was a new technology, and new tech codes can apply for an additional 20% bonus in payment because of the risk of an unproven technology.
Medicare pays hospitals based on a diagnosis-related group code, or DRG. Every patient is given one when they're discharged, and it accounts for what they were diagnosed with and treated for. There's no COVID-19 specific code yet, but PolitiFact, a nonpartisan fact-checking website, says the average Medicare payment for patients with similar conditions was $13,297. For more severe cases like use of a ventilator and longer stays, the average payment was $40,218. On top of that, the new Federal CARES Act says Medicare will pay an additional 20% on top of the original DRG.
They will get the lump sum payment. So the faster someone dies under that protocol, the more money the hospital will make if you look at just the economics of that. You know, if they see the full 2 weeks, well, they will make less money. If the patient is able to die faster, you make more money.
Back up a little bit, because remember there was a 3-month lockdown that starved allopathic medicine, big medicine, of any money for 3 months. And so then they became desperate to be able to make budget in any way. And so you have the multi-layered incentives for a diagnosis of COVID, for an admission of COVID, for a treatment of COVID, a death from COVID is financially incentivized. Those perverse incentives mean that people that didn't even have anything to do with COVID, they were never in the hospital with COVID for the first place, we're going to give you a diagnosis of COVID.
Probably seen it on social media, a claim that hospitals are falsely tagging patients with COVID-19 to make more money from Medicare, which is funded by your tax dollars.
Well, when they went from you had to have symptoms to get the PCR test, there was hardly any patients that had it. And then when they switched to now it's readily available, the CDC says that every hospital can do their own testing. And so we brought it in-house, and hospitals didn't have to send it to a different lab and wait a week to get the results back. Then we could do it all the time. So then 80% of our patient population became COVID positive, whether they had symptoms or not.
A hospital Medicare patient with pneumonia without COVID is worth about $7,700 to the hospital. But with COVID, that reimbursement jumps to over $9,200. A Medicare patient with acute respiratory distress syndrome requiring a ventilator, without COVID, the bill, $34,000. But with COVID, that Medicare patient now worth almost $40,000.
I got very upset when I brought the test up. And
we started running hundreds and thousands of them a week. We were having sometimes up to 30% were positive, and the crossing times on these, which means we had to run them for long times before we could even detect this virus, quote unquote. And so people were being thrown into the hospital with something that was very likely not true.
You know, you have to wait 10 days after the first test before you do the test again to make sure you're not positive. Well, tests were being done on people who were positive every day, and all those numbers were being sent to public health as new numbers, even though it's from this one same person.
The other thing that went very wrong is when I would report a negative test, they would send me 5 more samples to run. And I said, well, I've already done it. And they said, doesn't matter, keep running them. I had got to up to 10 specimens per patient per day to run. And what I couldn't understand, because in normal cases, you don't run things multiple times over and over, I realized later that they were fishing for positives.
When you run a PCR test and you simply allow the machine to run all the way out to 35, which it does all the time, and then count any sample you want to that reaches a certain amount of amplification as a positive without knowing where 0 is, then of course you're going to have this 60% false positive rate.
The ones that were coming up at 38, 48, 40, 42 cycles were probably just garbage that was out in the environment.
And the doctors would even put in the documentation, I don't understand this. It's like the patient doesn't have anything I can treat. I keep doing the PCR test. It keeps coming up positive and they have nothing wrong. And that would happen. They would do like 6, 7, 8 tests and it would be positive, but the patient would have nothing wrong with them. And the doctor would be really confused. Sometimes they would do, 4 or 5 tests and they would get a bunch of negatives and then they would get 1 positive and they would take the positive and then treat the patient for COVID.
I watched people who came in who all of a sudden got a positive PCR test. When they ran their cortisol levels, they went through the roof. These people, and when your cortisol goes up, your immune system plummets. People were literally being scared to death. And they pressured people to get on ventilators too, because that upped the money count.
The data shows that remdesivir has a clear-cut, significant positive effect in diminishing the time to recovery.
There's numerous trials showing that it had no benefit at all. And the thing about the evidence base for remdesivir, if you separate out the trials that were done by independent, non-pharmaceutical industry conflicted investigators, you find no benefit. The only ones showing benefit are those with high conflicts of interest with the pharmaceutical industry.
And what's interesting is the NIH panel of something like 23 so-called voting experts. I think something like 18 of the experts had financial ties to Gilead. So that's called a conflict of interest. That means, we're interested in the money and not in patients.
The primary endpoint was the time to recovery, namely the ability to be discharged.
Well, first of all, I'm glad you brought up remdesivir, horrible drug. I mean, unfortunately, I used it in the beginning because I didn't know any better. And that was the accepted drug. But it was in November of 2020, the World Health Association actually put out a warning saying that the remdesivir was dangerous for liver disease and kidney shutdown. And in the U.S., somehow that was ignored.
Remdesivir brought in $873 million for Gilead in the quarter.
The World Health Organization, a number of doctors in an article in the British Medical Journal did say that they do not recommend remdesivir, and that is Gilead Sciences treatment that we know has been used in hospitals.
Interim results from the trial now show that the other 2 drugs in the trial, remdesivir and interferon, have little or no effect in preventing death from COVID-19 or reducing time in hospital.
This will be the standard of care, the standard of care, the standard of care.
Gilead had actually applied for a new tech bonus payment for remdesivir. So the new code was created for remdesivir in April. And that's actually what launched the hospital protocols, because people were actually doing well when they were treating them with hydrochloroquine, which came from Operation Warp Speed, actually, and the national stockpile of hydroxychloroquine. Hospitals got a free donation of that, like right at the end of March. And then 3 days later, a few days later, April 1st, the new diagnosis came out. The bonus for remdesivir came out, and it was like a line in the sand. We stopped azithromycin and hydroxychloroquine, and we went straight to remdesivir, where we got the bonus.
According to the Journal of the American Medical Association, the bonus gives hospitals an incentive to use the medications because prior to COVID, hospitals were not typically reimbursed by Medicare for these expensive drugs.
Remdesivir was originally developed to treat Ebola and received emergency use authorization from the US Food and Drug Administration back in May.
There were 4 drugs that were being tested for Ebola. Remdesivir killed more people than placebo, and the Data Safety Monitoring Board had actually stopped the study.
Where literally 53% of the patients died in the failed Ebola trial and was repurposed.
It was a failed Ebola drug because it caused more harm than good in the Ebola trials.
It was still on patent. It was Tony Fauci's drug of choice.
The majority of hospital deaths were actually caused by Anthony Fauci, because his NIH put out protocols that if the hospital systems adhered to, they got bonuses, big bonuses, lots of money, $3,000 for putting an IV in of remdesivir, boom, $3,000. But guess what? On top of the entire hospital stay, a 20% bonus. That could be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
The data was so overwhelming that remdesivir killed patients more so than placebo. The drug had to be stopped. And this was published in the New England Journal in the end of 2019.
It's almost inexplicable that we've made it the standard of care here. But you see how that top-down control in this country, these agencies were given inordinate power. It seemed like all doctors shut off their brains and just listened to directions from above without questioning, without skepticism, without resistance. And so you saw that drug being infused into every hospitalized patient, and it's absolutely absurd. There's no scientific basis to use that, no logical or rational reason why we should use remdesivir in every hospitalized patient.
If someone has congestive heart failure, the lungs are filled with fluids. If someone has renal failure, their lungs are also filled with fluids because the kidneys and heart are not working well to get rid of this fluid. And they were putting them on these supplemental oxygen to just push oxygen in there. The ventilator was forcing oxygen in there, and that was collapsing their lungs. And they were dying within a day or two of being on these protocols.
But it's just the money. I mean, the minute they saw they got bonuses from the PCR tests and everything.
Yeah.
It was money. It was the money. It changed. The whole thing changed.
The whole thing. Yeah.
Yes. It wasn't until we started investigating where the COVID relief money was going from the CARES Act that we were able to track that money down from the Department of Human Services to the different agencies, including the CDC and the NIH. And then following where that money was going to hospitals to reimburse them. And what we discovered first was that CMS issued a series of waivers that would allow hospitals to do things that normally they would never be allowed to do. In fact, if they did some of the things that CMS waivers allowed them to do, people could have sued them and just ripped the financial guts out of these hospitals.
I asked a question. I said, what is the prognosis of a person if they get put on a ventilator? And he told me only 20% walk out alive. And then his nurse started crying. She had a daughter named Grace, and she knew if I made that ventilator decision, Grace was going to die. And he said to me, isn't a 20% chance better than no chance?
Ventilators, ventilators, ventilators. I didn't know what they were a few weeks ago. Besides the cursory knowledge, I know too much about ventilators now.
We discovered through that research into the waivers something called DRGs, which are diagnosis-related groups. And that's how the hospitals have been billing from the beginning. They were taught to bill those with the ICD-10 codes that was established just for COVID. Every single thing the hospital did to a patient was allotted a DRG. If they came into the hospital and they were having trouble breathing, then that diagnosis-related group was assigned and X amount of money was assigned to that. Then if they were diagnosed with COVID, then another DRG was added and another allotment of funds to that. Sometimes hundreds of DRGs for every patient. And every one of them paid premium dollars to the hospitals. And, when people first started talking about, the hospitals would get paid X amount of money for ventilators, that was just sort of hyperbole for a while until we actually found the DRG that proved it. And that's when we found all the DRGs that paid out all the big bucks for everything they did to people, sometimes up to $1 million a patient.
He was intending on her being ventilated because he knew that if she was ventilated, their hospital stood to gain money upon her death. She said, I want out of this hospital. You guys are killing me. I want out of here. They would not sign her papers to leave the hospital. They wanted her ventilated. They wanted her to die at the hospital.
The third day in there, they put him on a ventilator. And my research shows that most of the hospitals got between $300,000 and $400,000 from the COVID funds for using a ventilator. So as I view it, a patient that is designated COVID will bring that hospital a medical administration between $1 million and $5 million. They tortured him for 71 days.
Every day they pestered me that she need to go on the vent. They said it's just for a little bit, she's not going to be on it for long. And I asked that if this was your child, would you put her on a vent? And he said yes. And that convinced me that if the doctor would do it to his child, it would be okay for me to do it.
We've had so many stories, I was telling you, and they're horrific.
Yeah.
I mean, horrific.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you saw when you were in there?
What I saw was everyone in the intensive care unit most everyone in the intensive care unit was on the ventilator.
There was talk among all the nurses that those that did go on vents just never came off of them alive. And that was just the general consensus among everybody, that you don't put your loved ones on a vent if you can help it.
Within the first 6 to 7 months, I heard in the hospital, please don't put these patients on a ventilator because then they have a 50-50 chance of ever getting off again.
It really was a new way of medicine, because in the days, before, if somebody was really, really sick, you told them to go to the ER when they weren't breathing well. But now the ER was the last place you wanted them to be, and no one wanted to go. So I was managing acutely ill people at their home, going to their home, doing whatever I needed to do to treat them.
We do anything we could to keep somebody out of the hospital, because people went in the hospital, they would give you remdesivir that could shut down your kidneys. They would put you on a ventilator. Then they had to get on dialysis and kind of circling the drain. And most of them died. Very few got off the ventilator.
We started to notice very quickly that the success rate of these patients getting better was next to zero.
Most of the time they would deteriorate, die. And we lost 1 to 2 patients a day. On the beds were never empty for long.
They have some sort of an intranet for employees, and it's like your very own homepage that everyone sees when you log in every time you go to the computer. So that's where they put the messaging. At one point, they sent out a message that said the FiO2 settings on the ventilators had been killing people, and we don't know how to treat COVID, so we were trying these ventilator settings thinking that that was how we were going to treat COVID, but apparently the FiO2 setting was actually killing people on the vents. So we're going to stop doing that. We learned that was not working, and so we're going to adjust it. And I was shocked by that, because I had already started to hear rumors that patients were being killed on ventilators in the hospital, which made sense to me because we had never had a flu case or a pneumonia case where someone's on a vent for a month
and we can't save them. Nurse that was in charge of the floor, her name was Pam. She came and said, she asked us 3 times, it was with my mother. She said, do we have your permission to vent him? And by the 3rd time she asked, it was really, I was so agitated. I didn't understand. This was day 11. Why, we haven't been asked this. Why are you asking this over and over? And I said to her, unfortunately, I am going to drive home to Birmingham. It's an hour drive. I'm going to get a change of clothes and I'll be back at 8 p.m. And by the time I walked in the door, they were calling me to say they were venting my father.
On our way to the hospital, we actually talked about ventilators. And he said, I do not want to be put on a ventilator, not unless it's an absolute dire emergency, where I cannot breathe at all. And he said, if they were to do that, I will either call you or I will text you. Either way, I will get a hold of you before they do that. As soon as I got off the phone with the doctor, I texted my husband immediately. I'm like, what's going on? Unread. He didn't text me back. No phone call. And that wasn't like Robert. He would have called me. He would have texted. He would have done something. And I really think that they already had him ventilated.
This doctor called me again, said again I needed to convince my husband to go on a vent. I said, I'm not going to do that. His oxygen's in the 90s. Why would I do that? His next words were, ma'am, to be honest with you, we told your husband that we are going to vent him with or without his consent. I was a little bit jaw dropped and I said, that's illegal. And he slammed the phone down on me. Then I couldn't get a hold of anybody. All communication stopped with my husband. I tried calling the hospital. They told me all the nurses are in isolation. Nobody can take the call. 2 hours later, the same doctor called me back, let me know that he vented my husband 2 hours ago.
They were asking us to let him go.
He was also telling us that there was no hope, that only a miracle can save him, that we should start thinking about the worst.
So what were they wanting you to do? Think about that. What were you supposed to be doing?
I guess to unplug him.
The meeting was only with the doctor and an administrator from that hospital. And pretty much she mentioned palliative care.
We never got to talk to a doctor in 24 days. The only nurse practitioner we talked to was from palliative care when she called us to ask us if we wanted him resuscitated, which devastated us right there for them to even ask us that, because we felt like he was getting better.
I'm waiting bedside and all of a sudden this woman comes in. She says, I'm here from palliative care. And I said, why are you here? Yeah, we don't need you here. Oh, they didn't tell you I was coming?
And they wanted us to remove care. And we had already decided we're absolutely not doing that. Like, if God wants to take him home, that can happen, but we're not removing care.
I got a call from another nurse who told me, no, you can't take her. She won't go home. What happens with COVID patients is they stay here. We give them their last meal when they're done getting treatment, and then they die here. And I pretty much said over our dead bodies, will you do that to my mom? She's coming home. And that's all we wanted for her at that point, was to be surrounded by people who loved her and cared about her. We were not going to let her die in that godforsaken, evil place.
They called at like 2 a.m. on that Sunday, said, wait, what's going on? And she said, your husband's not going to make it. And I said, what do you mean? I'm bringing him home on Monday.
I got a phone call from the doctor, and he told me, he goes, after you left, Kenny got really sick. He goes, can you get back down to the hospital? And I said, yeah, I can get there. I go, my son can take me. So I'm under the impression, that I'm going to be going to see my husband die.
Her and I actually went to the hospital in the morning. Dad passed away. They called us and his breath was really low. And they said that it was coming, and that if we were going to be there when he passed away, that we needed to go now. It was at 6:30 in the morning. And we got in the car, we raced there, we ran inside. They wouldn't let us up the elevators because the elevators didn't open to the COVID floor till 7.
And I was like, my dad's literally upstairs, like dying, and I need to get up there. And they were like, you're gonna have to go a different route. And so they rerouted us to the hospital. And in the time they did that, we missed his last breath by 2 minutes. So we walked into the room 2 minutes after he had gone.
I walk in the room and there's my husband laying there dead. And they never told me that he died. They let me walk into a room without any heads up, without any sort of consultation. They just let me walk in and find him laying there dead.
But yes, I was laying in bed with her when she took her last breath because she was vented. So it wasn't really like she took her last breath. It was just when the machine no longer was keeping her alive.
I was able to stay with Kenny. When I got there, he was still warm. So I climbed in bed with him and I held on to my husband for the very last time, and I stayed with him until his body got cold. And then I kissed him goodbye for the last time before I left. And I buried my husband the day after our anniversary.
It was October 6th, and it was in the morning. And they came in and they took him off the ventilator, and his mom was on one side of the bed holding his hand, and I was on the other side. And he was breathing on his own. I was almost like, oh wait, I don't know, it was kind of hope. I was like, maybe he is okay, maybe they're just wrong. And I know she thought it too. But we held his hand for 2 hours and listened to his deep breaths. And it was at 1:09 p.m. when he took his last breath.
You basically watched him die through a window like that. I don't know any spouse that can do that, any child or parent that can do that.
The doctor called Cindy and I shortly after 10 o'clock. So he said, what did you decide relative to the ventilator? And we said, we're not going to give a pre-authorization for a ventilator. While we were on the phone with him, the nurse increased the dose of Precedex to the maximum allowable dose. While we were on the phone, we hung up the phone with him at 10:55. At 10:56, he put an illegal do not resuscitate order on Grace's charge. Jessica called us panicking. She said, Dad, Grace's numbers are dropping like crazy. I said, get the nurses in. She said, I've been trying. They refuse. So now we're on a FaceTime call. And so Cindy and I start screaming, save our daughter. And they hollered back from outside the room, she's DNR. We had no idea. So we screamed back, she's not DNR, save our daughter. No one would come in the room. And we watched her die in that FaceTime call at 7:27 p.m. on October 13th of 2021.
The Washington Post is reporting that some hospitals across the country are considering a do not resuscitate kind of universal policy for virus patients.
One Chicagoan hospital says they want to implement it regardless of the wishes of the patient or their family members.
Mm-hmm. First off, the survival rate of people who have a cardiac arrest in the hospital is very low. Because remember, you've been monitoring the patient the whole time. So if they actually have their heart stop or they stop breathing, you sort of knew they were already pretty sick. So if you're not going to save that many and you're going to expose a lot of people, which will take them out of the system of helping others, it's an idea that in a war zone you would consider. Personally, it's going to be very difficult for me as a practicing doctor to disregard the wishes of a patient or their family and let them die if I have the tools.
When it was time for my father to die in the hospital, they only allowed 2 people to go up there. So he died alone. My father died alone in the worst possible way. And it's horrible because there's no accountability and the guilt and regrets is left to us. You brought your loved one to somewhere that they were supposed to get help. Well, he told me he loved me when I left the hospital, but the last thing I heard him say actually was when the doctor had called me to tell me that they had to intubate him. And I heard her say, "What did you want me to tell your wife?" And I heard him in a very strong voice, and this is supposedly with oxygen levels in the 50s, but in a very strong voice, he said, "Tell her I'm trying."
The last words he said to me was, "I love you." And that was on the Tuesday after we admitted him on Monday. I never really got to talk to him again after that.
My kids were talking to him, and he was saying something, but they will not put the phone close to his mouth so I can hear him what he was saying. So that bothers me till today, that I do not know what he told me, what was his last word to me or to us.
What was the last thing your daughter said to you?
Mommy, don't leave me. Mommy, stay. And I waited till she fell asleep and I kissed her.
They put me on speakerphone with my husband. I told him that I loved him, not to be afraid. And he said, I love you. He said, I love you twice. And that's the last I ever talked to him.
I love you. Now the second one. He said he's gonna eat.
They have, at that point, they have the CPAP machine on him.
Yeah.
Again, he's by himself. No one there.
He said goodbye to me. He said he's going to ICU. He know he's gonna die. I love you so much.
He did. He said they're gonna vent me. I know I'm gonna die. I love you. Yeah, that's what he said to my mom.
That's why, because she went in with normal vitals, just a cough. I was just a worried mommy. And what they did to her was just what destroyed her body. Destroyed.
And it's unbelievable. You know, you may be watching this right now and say, can't be. I wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't heard it not once, twice, but hundreds and hundreds of times. And still now, as I'm doing this interview, I have 40, 50 a week interviews of COVID hospital protocol deaths. How many did they kill? This is huge. This is mass murder on a level that is difficult to comprehend.
And then he calls me at 7:30 in the morning the next day. And he says, we have oxygen. We have an oxygen concentrator, 2 of them. I have the means to take care of you. I'm going to come up there and take you out home hospice. And I'm going to try to save your life. Do you want to go? And I said, heck yeah. If I stay here, I am a dead woman. My husband comes up there with a letter, a cease and desist letter from our attorney.
They argued with me. A sergeant told me she's in the hospital. She doesn't need a welfare check. She's fine.
He said, they're going to have to tase me and drag me out of here. I'm not leaving without you. And when they first started telling you to get out, you looked at him, you said, I'm not going anywhere. You're not going to kill my wife. She is not your guinea pig. Finally, these 2 doctors came in. She said, he can't take care of you. He can't manage your oxygen. And I asked him, I said, do you have everything you need to take care of me? And he said, yes. And I told her, I said, I trust my husband and I'm going to go home with him today because I would rather die at his hands, him trying to save me, than be murdered at yours. And I want to go home. And the police came in and I told them, like, you're going to have to decide today, am I a patient or am I a prisoner?
There's no way people can watch all these videos, see this bus tour and all these people. And I mean, you're making it irrefutable that this is happening.
I asked the doctor about ivermectin. He told me no.
that it was not proven. And I already knew that there had been over 54 studies proving it worked.
And we requested that we get ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. The hospital refused.
Every single thing that I asked for was denied. Every single thing.
There were so many things he should have had that he didn't. We fought for ivermectin. We fought for so many other things, and they wouldn't do it for us.
I mean, the second you mention ivermectin, it's crazy. You're crazy horse face, even though this has been approved on the WHO as one of the safest drugs.
And then it said, do not administer ivermectin. Patient and family keeps asking.
I said, please give her ivermectin. Please give her hydroxychloroquine. Please give her 10,000 milligrams of liquid vitamin C. This is what we want. My mom requested it. They refused.
What about ivermectin? And he laughed at me. He said, no, we don't use that here.
If you don't have hooves, if you don't wear a saddle to work, and if you don't stand in a field chewing grass, then ignore the noise on social media.
Ivermectin. Ivermectin.
That's a horse dewormer.
The FDA reminding us all this week not to use medicine intended for barnyard animals.
Here's the thing about the FDA. The FDA does not and never did practice medicine. The FDA determines how companies bring products and pharmaceutical agents to market and how they market them. What we do with them is 100% up to us, but ultimately we are charged with, as the physician, to make the best choice for the patient in front of us, given our experience and our judgment. And we can literally do or use anything we think is essential and important and worth the risk reward for that patient.
Ivermectin is an effective antiparasitic that has been around for a long, long period of time.
Never has more inconvenient science emerged than the science behind ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, because both were off patent, safe, used for decades, ubiquitously available. And so it threatened everything that they were trying to do.
You know, we saw how hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and other treatments were vilified and made very difficult to obtain, where they were, for a lot of people, very, very effective treatments. But if you had an effective treatment, you couldn't have an emergency use authorized vaccine.
The powers that be, the Tony Fauci's of the world, were prohibiting those therapies to come forward, because if there was an effective therapy, then there was no way you could get new patented drugs, biologics, and vaccines approved under emergency use authorization.
So emergency use authorization means that something, it could be a treatment, it could be a vaccine, it could be something else, they are being put into an emergency context, that they have not been licensed, that they are not absolutely known to be effective. They may be effective. And it also means that they're subject to the 2005 PrEP Act, the Emergency Preparedness Act. And basically, one of the most important things is it means you can't sue the manufacturer, you can't sue the doctor that prescribed it, and you can't sue the government officials that made these things happen.
It was wickedly successful. They pulled every trick in that playbook. And by the way, that playbook was invented by the tobacco industry in the 1950s, when science was starting to emerge that was inconvenient to the tobacco industry in terms of cancer and all the harms that tobacco was causing. And so they did that for 50 years, trying to convince the world that tobacco was safe. They used doctors. You know, my favorite cigarette is
Camel. Yes, according to this survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
And I saw the same thing, but in reverse with ivermectin. They politicized it and demonized it. And many, many, many people died needless deaths because they didn't know of its efficacy.
Opponents say the science behind ivermectin is clear. In fact, we've been sent a demonstration of just how it defends your bloodstream from the virus.
Don't do it. There's no evidence whatsoever that that works, and it could potentially have toxicity, as you just mentioned, with people who have gone to poison control centers because they've taken the drug at a ridiculous dose and wind up getting sick. There's no clinical evidence that indicates that this works.
That's not stopping popular podcaster Joe Rogan from pushing the drug. In fact, crediting it with helping him recover quickly from coronavirus.
More breaking news this evening. Joe Rogan, an extremely popular podcaster, announced on social media today that he has COVID.
Turns out I got COVID.
So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds, monoclonal antibodies, ivermectin.
One of those drugs he mentioned, ivermectin, is something more often used to deworm horses.
Well. If it isn't old horseworm Rogan. I'm glad you're well, man.
Bro, do I have to sue CNN?
I don't know, do you?
They're making shit up. They keep saying I'm taking horse dewormer. I literally got it from a doctor.
Our chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, sat down for a 3-hour one-on-one with controversial podcast host Joe Rogan last night. Rogan remains a vaccine skeptic despite having caught COVID-19 himself.
Does it bother you that the news network you worked for out and out lied, just outright lied about me taking horse dewormer?
They shouldn't have said that.
Why did they do that?
I don't know.
Rogan telling his 13 million Instagram followers that he was treated with several drugs, and he included ivermectin on the list, a drug used for livestock. The FDA and the CDC warned against using to treat COVID.
Turns out I got COVID. Look, they put a yellow filter on me too. The kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds, monoclonal
You see
the
original
video
versus that? I look like shit there.
I made a video in 3 days and it looked too good. So CNN put a filter on it and made me look yellow. This is me outside in Texas. So it's nice and sunny out. And look what they did to my face. They made me look like I was ill. Because I wasn't scared during the entire pandemic, what they would like is that when I did get sick, that I was really sick.
You learned your
became
lesson.
really scared and learned my lesson.
Yeah,
and instead, it's the worst case scenario for them.
Right.
I bounced back. I was only sick for a day.
That's true.
Ivermectin is off patent. It provides no potential for the obscene profits that the pharmaceutical industry is used to enjoying. If ivermectin's efficacy were known to the country and the world, it would have decimated the markets for the entire mRNA vaccine campaign, Paxlovid, Molnupiravir, monoclonal antibodies, and remdesivir. You're talking about markets which in some probably total well over $100 billion.
I told people from probably April on, don't go to the hospital. They're killing people in there. Stay away. I don't know what's wrong. I didn't know what was doing it. I honestly didn't know it was the vents. I didn't know it was the remdesivir until I looked into it later and I was able to kind of connect all the dots. But I knew they were killing people.
So the patients were undertreated, mistreated, maltreated, and died because of money. And it boils down to that. It really boils down to that.
These were fundamental violations of human rights.
Face it, those that were in hospitals during that time were sitting ducks for, whatever therapy could be foisted on them by hospital administrators who were lining their pockets at the same time.
I'm adamant that, we can never go down this road again where the FDA and the CDC and our politicians and big pharma and et cetera push protocols on us that are not only don't work, but that actually harm, injure, and even kill patients.
We failed as a society. We failed as a medical community. We were misguided by government agencies, the NIH, the FDA, the CDC, and especially misguided by money and protocols. You are not a protocol. You are a human being. You have individual needs. And sadly, so many people succumbed, not to a virus, but to neglect and to wanton greed.
Medical error is the third leading cause of death before COVID. So hospitals have always been dangerous places. Mistakes are made. Over-medication happens all the time. Drug interactions. Surgeries are botched. The shift people don't communicate. There's always risks in hospitals. But during COVID, they became killing fields.
The people are saying that their loved ones were killed in hospitals with the COVID protocol, and that should never have happened, obviously. Do you believe them?
100%. I knew they were killing people. I knew they were killing people in the hospital. I would cry myself to sleep at night. Even thinking about giving my speech today. Sorry. There was so much death. It was almost unbearable. Hospitals became the place where people go to die instead of the place where people go to get better. They separated newborns from their moms. They let people die alone without being able to say goodbye. They drugged them and they strapped them down, and people died without being able to say goodbye to their family. Some of them just got a phone call, and that had never happened before the COVID protocol rolled out in 2020. So yeah, when they say they killed people, I agree with them.
Thank God for those brave nurses that spoke about the disgustingness that went on in the hospital, because they really validated what the parents and the people who lost loved ones were saying. Many lost their licenses. I'm told they would never work in the healthcare again because of spreading misinformation, but they were just telling us simply what they saw.
I really think about the heroes who worked inside the hospitals who helped us. And some of them actually snuck patients out the back door of the hospitals. And the nurses knew, because the doctor would write candidate for LTC at the top of the chart. And they knew that that patient was going to be there until a COVID test came back positive, and that patient was going to end up on remdesivir and probably dialysis and a ventilator and would die.
Medical professionals' hands were tied. Those that wanted to save lives were leaving the hospitals in droves. They couldn't do that.
And I just made up my mind, if we had any more COVID patients in the hospital, that I would treat them not with remdesivir, but with this Math Plus protocol. So that's what I did on early December 21. We had 3 new patients that showed up, probably had the Omicron, but I decided to not give them remdesivir, and I was terminated that day.
They have vilified nurses and doctors who stood up like me and reported the wrong and stood against these mandates.
I can't remain silent. I feel that be a disservice to my patients and to our fellow citizens.
Now we are left with medical facilities full of people who don't have a backbone to stand up and do the right thing. I am very concerned for the future of medicine in this country, because we have criminalized and disciplined all of the practitioners who were actually there to protect our patients and families.
I was inundated with people for treatment. And when the first calls came, I heard God say that I was going to do this for his glory, and I was not going to take any payment.
This whole 3-year thing was like a nightmare, but in my case as a doctor, it was really almost like fulfilling a calling, because it needed to be treated, and doctors were not treating COVID. And that's really how I think I got involved. And I realized that, hey, this is your real purpose in being a doctor.
Thanksgiving Day, 2022, a nurse called me from that hospital and said, I'm getting ready to take this patient down to X-ray, and I've instructed him to, when I leave him in the chair there by that back door, I'm going to conveniently forget his records, and I've called his family, and they're going to take him. He's going to go out the back door, and he's going to get in the car, and he's going to leave, and we are not going to know where this guy went because he needs to live. And his family picked him up, and they immediately took him home. And we had a doctor working in the area who treated him at home, and he survived. And that's the kind of heroes there were. Some of these people working in the hospitals were not the evil ones that everybody depicts. Everybody working in hospitals, they were actually helping us. They were just heroes. They were absolute heroes.
So the reason that we're doing this documentary, that you're watching this documentary right now, is because of these people. Every single person inside this bus, every single picture that we have here is dead. They're killed by either the COVID shot, an approved shot, vaccination, or by the hospital protocol deaths. And it's because of them that they took one for the team that we know better and will do better as we go forward. So this is just a fraction a fraction, there's death in here of what is out there. We've only just started to unravel the real count of death. So much death in America and around the world. So much death. And the motivation for myself and the crew on this bus as we traveled around was these faces looking out of us. So in their name, in their honor, we will continue. Children's Health Defense will continue, and we will not stop until there's justice, and this never, ever happens again.
I found out a few months into the tour that I was pregnant. It's such a conflicting feeling because I have this great joy that's been given to me, this tiny little baby. And at the same time, I'm listening to people, you know, have these horrendous experiences of grief. And I think to myself, like, how can I have such joy and these people have had such misery in their lives? This is sad. Sawyer's story was so heartbreaking. I remember I was about maybe 4 weeks pregnant, 5 weeks pregnant whenever we met him, and the mom brought like his urn onto the bus and was sitting here, and she was so upset. I think they had actually tried for years, had finally had their miracle child. They vaccinated him. He passed away one night. Just the pain of that mother. She waited for years to have him. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I've been given this gift, you know, I'm pregnant, and I will not let Sawyer's death be in vain, you know. Like, no vaccine will ever touch my child.
So it totally backfired on them, completely backfired on them, because what they've actually done is they've created so many anti-vaxxers or whatever it is they want to throw at us.
I have a visceral reaction to the way that we lived for those 2 or 3 years. But out of that came so many people who woke up. There was an awakening. There were people who were asking questions that have never asked questions before.
More and more individuals in society are starting to wake up and are starting to ask really, really hard questions.
The incidence of chronic healthcare problems in children is just ginormous. I mean, all kinds of chronic health issues. There's something wrong. There's something has happened which has changed the healthcare trajectory of our children. And you have to consider the vaccine.
It's a huge profit center for the vaccine companies, and they just want to keep making vaccines for anything that they can, and they want to put it on the schedule. They've weaponized and legalized mandating of these vaccines, and poor children now, just to go to school, have to go through, you know, a battery of injections that many parents don't want them to. They know it's harmful. We now know that unvaccinated children are far healthier than vaccinated children.
You know, my kids were vaccinated, and I never thought twice about it. And then along came COVID, where you actually start questioning things. And now I realize there's none of these childhood vaccines has ever undergone a placebo-controlled trial. We don't know how effective they are. We don't know how safe they are. And I certainly would give great pause, if I had my time again, great pause to vaccinating my children.
Are you done with vaccinations now and no more? Are we done?
Oh, absolutely no more.
Any pandemic, future one? Any scaremongering? Any job? Would either of you ever take any kind of vaccination ever again?
No. No.
Do you think there is such a thing as a safe and effective vaccine out there?
No.
I'm skeptical now about most vaccines. I'm 69. I'll never take another vaccine.
On a weekly basis, I see 4 to 8 people who have suffered an adverse event from the vaccines.
Personally, I would not.
Have you seen the health of the unvaccinated?
Yes. That to me is the most interesting, to actually find populations of totally unvaccinated people and then comparing them to the rest of us. It's quite astonishing.
I've seen and read too much. No, don't think so.
And wow, that's just since COVID began. Thank you. Well, welcome to our side.
Thank you.
Welcome to Saving Babies.
We just had our first granddaughter, first grandchild.
Yeah.
Talk about giving a new baby. What would you do? I kind of feel like we were given a new
You've just been given one, yeah.
Yeah, and like, please.
So you're fairly new to all of this.
My blinders came off in March of 2020 because of COVID, because of some of the things I was seeing. I live in a very different world than I lived in 4 years ago. That's for sure.
I'm praying that our kids are heeding this warning, because that's one of the biggest regrets I have is ever taking a vaccine or allowing my son to be vaccinated.
If I can't be transparent and honest and truthful with my patients, I need to get out of here. I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to join him in the real estate business.
That's how you want it.
No, I'm not going to sit there and lie.
No, thank you.
I told Loren, I said, the way things were going, I would rather deliver pizzas than continue in the same model that I was in, not harming a child. So
make sure those pizzas are organic.
Yes, gluten-free.
Otherwise, we will be harming the children.
Right.
Is there anything that would make you take a vaccination of any kind ever again?
They would have to kill me. Nothing would make me take it.
My view on vaccines has completely changed.
If you were holding a newborn baby that was for you now, would you give your baby anything?
They would get not one single childhood vaccine, period, full stop, end of story. They would be completely unvaccinated.
So this is bus number 2. Bus number 1 is full. Can't get another name on it. Bus number 2 is full. So how many buses is it going to take?
Everybody needs to know what we have seen on the Children's Health Defense Bus.
As I've said, what happened during COVID could not have happened without propaganda and censorship. And how do we overcome that propaganda and censorship? It's primarily through people not being willing to shut up.
Silence is compliance. That's how they get us to comply, is by keeping us afraid and silent.
It's so important to be telling women my age who are about to go in to getting married, to having children, about the dangers of vaccines.
This is what happened to my father. This is what happened to my daughter. This is what happened to my cousin.
We're trying to raise awareness. We're trying to remember the ones that we've lost in a way to honor them. By telling our story, we're hoping that we can prevent this from happening to other people.
If enough people stand up and say, we did that the last pandemic, we're not going to do it this pandemic.
We are 8 billion people against a few thousand control oligarchs. We will win this.
We will be able to dictate the terms of how we want to live.
This is such an important time for us to document this, because the future generations need to know what happened.
Time is now for us to join forces and go forward and fight this, because we will win this.
This human experience ties us together. But if you don't use your voice, then we can't, what's a choir? Beautiful voices singing together. And you need to add your voice to those other voices so those symphonic chords can reach more of humanity. People will listen if you speak in a kind manner. Use your voice for good in the world. You're always going to get someone to listen if you use kindness, courtesy, firmness in truth.
If we don't speak out, if we don't become their voices, no one will. So this gives me so much hope that they're not forgotten. They did not die in vain. and that we can save people, and that we can change the tide. We can bring a voice to the silent Holocaust, and we can end it so that this will never happen again.
Everyone's voice is important. And I think using your voice where you can, how you can, and reaching those ears you can will protect generations going forward and will protect children going forward. But we'll always remember those who sacrificed to help us understand that point. And I think that's what's so important about the bus and that experience.
Well, I think the bus is an incredible monument to the human spirit. I think it's a monument to the compassion, Polly, of you and of the team who are on the bus, to listen to people's stories, to sympathize with the people who came. And it's a monument to the truth. Like I've been saying, we're up against propaganda and censorship that has nothing to do with truth. It has to do with some people seeking power and control. So telling the truth is a revolutionary act. And showing compassion and love for people is a revolutionary act. And that's what the bus is.
The scripture that I think every parent should remember is in 2 Timothy. For God has not given me the spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. The power to rise up and speak your truth. Thank you.